Guten Tag. See, I thought I'd just throw in a different language today.
Guten Tag. Is that German?
I think so, yeah.
That's Deutsch.
Dutch?
No,
Deutsch.
Deutsch?
Deutsch is German.
That's German.
Oh, I don't know.
Guten Tag. You could say hello.
Guten Tag. My brother-in-law, God bless you, Pat, no longer with us, unfortunately. One wonderful guy, Patrick O'Brien. Guess what nationality he was?
Irish?
Irish and Puerto Rican.
Jeez.
Those arguments were phenomenal, by the way, between the Irish and the Puerto Ricans in that house.
What a
It
combo.
was phenomenal. Beautiful people, though. He had like 3-4 sisters, just beautiful women. But my sister always wanted to go to Europe, and they finally made the trip. And one of their stops was in Germany. And Pat apparently wanted to fit in, but he didn't do as much study as he should have, didn't do as much reading. Because everybody he ran into, he'd go, Duncan Tog, which is Thank Day.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Thank Day? What the hell are you talking about? Pat, well, God, he was a great guy. I remember one time a guy was doing some stuff to me and Pat saw him do it. He slammed the door so hard, the entire thing shattered.
Dang.
I don't think I went on a tangle with Pat back in the day. Tommy O'Brien, his youngest brother, is still a really good friend of mine, but the O'Brien family, we love you. You know that, I hope. I'm hoping anyway. Now, did you just try to annoy me by keeping that mug up on there for an extended period?
No, I didn't try. If I did, then, mission accomplished, but I did not try today.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is because, every Thursday I give Gelfand a ride home after the show.
Okay.
I give him a ride home because he didn't like to drive much. He didn't see all that well anymore. And all
Yeah.
that. But I give him a ride home. And as we're pulling up, I look over and he's got one of the coffee cups in his hand. And I said, oh, you like those coffee cups? He goes, oh, yeah, I got a few of them at the house. I should probably bring them back. I'm like, what? He just makes off with the coffee cups.
Oh my God.
I'm missing.
Well, I was gonna say, I noticed that, like, I felt at one point there was more in like the green room area. But,
Oh yeah. Oh,
well, okay. Well, that explains it.
I just assume because Alex always says she takes them home to wash them every once in a while.
Right.
And so I was, she must have just taken them home and hasn't brought them back yet.
Gelfand.
Little 5-finger discount there for Gelfand.
Gelfand is the only less mechanically inclined person than me that I've ever met. Every time I give him a ride home, I have to show him where the doorknob is to open the door.
Yeah, but is it one of those like secret ones?
It's right there. I mean, it's a lever more than it is a knob, though.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't have doorknobs in cars, but no. And I tell you one thing, it got mentioned to me a few times yesterday, and thank you for that. It was very, very nice. We accomplished something yesterday on the show that I was very, very proud of and very happy about because Mike and I agree on almost nothing politically. And we talked about it, at length. We were talking about politics and the election and how things go and all the rest of it. And Mike and I agree very little. But at the end, it was pointed out, and we both told each other on the air that we loved one another. I don't agree with anything he thinks politically, but I love the man. He's a wonderful person. He's a crabby little prick, but
There's that.
What else is new?
What else is new with you? But do you think that's a good image? I don't see that image anywhere on TV, on the radio, anywhere where people go, even though I don't agree with anything you say, I still admire you. Why can't people do that?
That's a great question. I think it's funny because I do think there is value in people getting along in the sense that entertainment value.
Well, it's better for your head. Why do you want to go around hating everybody?
I don't know.
And I'm sorry, and people don't like to admit this, but it's very prevalent in Minnesota. And I've lived a few places, and I love Minnesota. I was happy I grew up here, born here, raised here, all the rest of it. But there is a group of people, I would say about 200,000 people in the state of, what are there not, 4.5, 5 million people in the state now? Something like that.
Sounds right.
Yeah, a couple 100,000 are the worst people I have ever met in my entire life. They can't wait to harm someone else. Where did that come from?
I don't know. Do you find it different when you're in Florida? Like, is it a different?
Oh, much different.
Really?
Don't tell anybody this, but Catherine and I live in a Jewish neighborhood, so what a mistake that was. But no, everybody's the only problem we have with that, though, Brittany, and I think you probably know this already. And it's true. We live right down I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Most people don't know where it is.
Yeah.
But it's a predominantly Jewish neighborhood, which we didn't know when we moved in, but good. I grew up in a Black, Jewish, and Catholic neighborhood, so it works for me. It's wonderful. The only problem that comes from it is when Catherine walks the dog and he starts to misbehave, she goes, Jude. Everybody's head turns around and stares like, did she just scream Jew? Jude.
And she just kind of goes, it's pointing to the dog, all awkward.
Oh yeah, she does. She goes, it's the dog. I'm talking to the dog.
Right, which just makes it worse.
Which makes it worse.
Yeah,
That's
what
true.
did you name your dog?
He's named after Hey Jude. You know that.
My mom, in their community, I was asking her about this. I was like, because she lives in Fort Myers, and she said a lot of times, since like they kind of know each other just from playing different like sports, like pickleball and golf, whatever. A lot of times they don't even know each other's political views, and then they kind of get to know later. So it's more of like a surface level feeling for a lot of people.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty much a centrist. I've tried being a Democrat, tried being a Republican. It's not that I hated it. I just didn't. It didn't really fit what I'm all about.
Yeah,
I'm kind of in the middle of the whole deal, which is fine with me. I don't have any problem with that. The thing that I don't like about the number one thing I don't like about politicians is it's all about getting people to give them money.
Yeah.
I hate that about the politicians.
I want to see, and this would never happen. So this is just a pipe dream, but some type of like limit that you can spend.
Yep.
On like, because it's an insane amount that
billions.
Like the figures that I see each election are like, this is an insane amount. And if you can't get your point across with, $100 million or whatever, and grant that's just a number for the sake of a number.
Sure.
Let's cut our losses somewhere, because this money has to be able to go to other stuff as well.
I couldn't agree more.
And then on top of that, especially for local elections and stuff like that, where you have a million people running for random school board and you'd have no idea who everybody is, there should be some sort of short answer questionnaire that they all have to fill out that summarizes their ideas. So that way here's a great synopsis, rather than having to listen to a debate where you just call the other person a knucklehead all day. And
that's so true.
Yep.
Well, people who get angry about your political views must think that everybody lives the exact same life.
Yeah.
They must think that. And it's not even close to being true. Relax. Calm down.
Right.
Calm down.
You need to operate with the impression that my opinion is subject to change as new information comes in. So if you know what, sometimes I might be wrong, but I'm willing to change my mind if proven otherwise.
Yeah, that is a weird mindset. People have it that as like a failure mindset. Like, I can't change my mind about anything. It would be looking like I conceded.
It's so amazing this morning, because I always watch Channel 5 Eyewitness News in the morning when I'm walking. I take my walk and I watch the news. And so I always check in on CNN and Fox just to see what they're talking about. Every single day, you hit CNN. Trump's going to prison forever. He's screwed. He's going to prison. He's a horrible human being. I click over on Fox. Biden's going to prison. He's a horrible president. Like, is that all you guys ever talk about? Is the president and the former president?
Well, it's why like people like me can tune it out, because it's the news that that claimed, was it the boy who called Wolf? No.
Yeah, boy who cried wolf.
Cried wolf.
Cried. I said called. That's why I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Can you tear up as you call it calling?
Totally.
It
is the news that cried wolf. I don't believe anything they say. Like, you could literally, I could get a headline right now, and 10 years ago, if I would have gotten a headline that says Biden's going to jail, I'd go, oh my God, our president's going to jail.
Yes.
But now if I got it, I wouldn't even click on it. I'd go, probably not.
Right, because half the time their headline or whatever they're teasing to go into break and come back from, they go, how can we make this sound the most extreme?
No question. It's all very extreme.
Did Biden just commit the most heinous act in the history of the world? Come back at 5 o'clock and we'll get the answer. And it's like,
and then at 5 o'clock, he wore a tan suit.
Correct.
That's what it was.
Yep. And
he fell off his bike. That was the big.
Everybody calmed down.
He got Biden licorice ice cream.
He escapes death. He slipped and fell. He did not escape death.
This is why you gotta watch Veep, because they did, like AJ mentioning licorice ice cream. they did a whole episode of Veep where she was going to a frozen yogurt place and they had to decide what flavor she was going to, and it like took 5 of her advisors to figure out which flavor she should get and which
like
one means
approval ratings and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and it was so fun. It was just like, yeah, that's our politicians.
I've
Like,
never seen it.
I know you'd love Veep. You would.
Really?
And I'm telling you, you would love Veep.
I've never found her funny though.
She's so good in it.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, she kind of leans into the elitist, because
No.
and
You know why she's so good at that, right?
because she is born into it.
$6 billion family.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you're gonna actually like her after this.
I'll give it a whirl if you want me to.
If you watch an episode of Veep, you'll just love it because they just mock government.
Oh, I like that.
Because you mentioned it was a few weeks ago, some movie had Tina Fey in it. And I know you said that she was
really good.
You weren't a big fan of her.
That's the Hercule Poirot movie, the new one.
The Haunting of Venice.
Haunting of Venice. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's in that. And she's terrific in it.
I think Veep is one of those shows just because like the premise and the content of it is, I think you'd be laughing your butt off and then like 5 episodes and you'd be like, you know what? Maybe I do like Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Maybe she is pretty good.
It's a possibility because I never cared for Tina Fey ever. Mm-hmm. And I thought I went from I don't like her at all to, man, she was terrific.
I think it's just about that one role.
And it's once again, why can't people do that? I don't like her, so I'm not going to see the movie. I don't ever do that. I go see the movie. If she's good, hey, she's good. She's not good. I go, well, saw that coming. But people avoiding things, I just can't. Would you grow up for Christ's sake? Right?
Yeah.
Why can't people grow up?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
Everybody's a child now. You hurt my feelings. You victimized me because you didn't point out my great earring. Like, shut up. We start punching people again.
I know Phil Mackey wants to start punching people.
Phil Mackey wants to start punching people right now.
Yes, I punched some guy on the sidewalk this morning. Get out of my way.
There's a shock. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, by the way, I'm glad you jumped on for this. The numbers that we're turning out on this giveaway, the promotion for the Eagles concert, huge numbers on the deal. Phil, I got 11,000 happy birthday wishes throughout all of social media. That's never happened in my life before.
11? That's overwhelming to me. I don't know if I'd want that. I don't want people to know my birthday if it's going to result in 11,000 people reaching out.
But you know how sweet that is? Those listeners of ours, mine back in the day and all of ours now, they've always been very, very supportive. That's why I'm very, thank God they out there because they just, these numbers are in the thousands for all this stuff. So thank all of you.
Sometimes we need us talking heads, us idiots on microphones. Sometimes we need a little validation and love in our lives. So we do appreciate it.
I could tell you one thing, but no, there are certain people they're not going to like this. You know that this show beats about 2/3 of the morning shows in this market, and it's a podcast. I mean, you guys kick ass. Joe does very well, right?
Yeah.
So the format's working.
I mean, it is. It's funny. I was actually talking to someone about this yesterday, just sort of offline. It's been almost 5 years since we made the move. We moved essentially our local programming off of 1500 ESPN radio and into podcast and YouTube. And so we were, I think AM radio and FM radio are in different spots, but for us, at the time it was deemed very, very risky, right? Wow, this is a bold move to move sports content into digital. And I think now, we considered it risky 4 or 5 years ago. What if we hadn't done it?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Where would, as a guy that just wants to talk sports and have fun every day, like I probably wouldn't be doing that on an AM radio station in 2023. So it's a blast, man.
And the support has been so. Thank you. The only reason I even brought that up is to tell you guys the show is doing very well, despite you guys being on it. No, wait a minute. I didn't mean to say it that way.
Yeah, especially Brittany's random and weird closet behind her too.
Thank you.
She got her weird closet. Oh, I got to do this. Speaking of that, by the way, the Eagles are at XL Energy Center on their farewell tour on Saturday, November 18th, a week from tomorrow. And you can see them with me in my suite and Catherine, of course. To enter, just go to Tom Barnard app or the website at tombernardshow.com. Listen for your name to be announced each day at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10. Email us back by midnight at contest@tombernardshow.com. And you win. And AJ pointed out to me, was it yesterday's winner called During the Show?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yesterday, Renee reached out to us like in the second hour. She's
I
like,
just love it.
Give me those tickets.
I love it.
I'm on the way.
Today's qualifier name for the Eagles with me in my suite is Robert Simonson. It could be Simonson, I suppose, but I think it's Simonson. Robert Simonson of Maple Grove. Robert Simonson, emails by midnight tonight at contest@TomBernardShow.com. Renee Turgeon of Richfield emailed us back and will join me in my suite to see the Eagles at XL Saturday, November 18th. Robert Simonson of Maple Grove, email us by midnight tonight, contest@TomBernardShow.com, and I'll see you a week from tomorrow. So that'll be wonderful. Sports, Phil.
Sports.
Anything good happening?
I continue to just be fascinated by this Joshua Dobbs. He's the fourth quarterback the Vikings have brought in, and I know you probably talked about it with Judd this week, but just the stories that are coming out now about the Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell and what he's doing in the headphones. So like quarterbacks have speakers in their helmet, and we got kind of the full story of this guy comes in on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday morning last week. He's just going to try and meet his teammates and maybe learn a few plays. But they spent the whole week getting a different quarterback ready. He comes in and so basically like the pilot passes out, right? Gets knocked out. That's the Vikings' third quarterback. And they say, does anyone know how to fly a plane? And Joshua Dobbs is like, well, I flew another team's plane earlier this year. I don't know how to fly your plane. And Kevin O'Connell is up there in air traffic control saying, all right, so I'll help you land this thing. He's telling them what the plays are.
Yeah.
But another story came out, and it just shows, I think, how great of a head coach Kevin O'Connell is going to be for the Vikings here. Do you guys remember Mark Sanchez, the former Jets quarterback?
Sure. Absolutely.
Butt fumble guy.
Yeah, he's more known for running into an offensive line's ass, falling on his own ass, and fumbling the football. So Mark Sanchez in like 2010.
One second.
Yeah.
Look at Brittany's face.
Brittany has no idea what's. And I guarantee, Brittany, you've seen the highlight.
Sorry,
No, first off, that terminology is not what I thought it was going to be about when you said butt fumble.
Yeah.
And so, like, I've wrote it down already, that butt fumble.
Google it.
Yes, I will. on the break.
Google butt fumble. You might not even need to type in Mark Sanchez.
No, you can just type in butt fumble and it will pop up.
It's one of the most prominent blooper plays. So Mark Sanchez, who was just, he was just kind of a crappy quarterback, and he was a backup for a while. Well, him and Kevin O'Connell played together as backup quarterbacks in New York with the Jets, like 10 years ago when Kevin was a player. So Kevin becomes a quarterbacks coach with Washington like 5 years ago, and they signed Mark Sanchez to be a backup because they're desperate that week. Oh, my God, we only have one quarterback. Starting quarterback gets hurt in the game. Mark Sanchez doesn't know his teammates. He just signed a few days ago, doesn't know the playbook, anything. The head coach puts the headset on Kevin O'Connell, quarterback's coach.
Really?
He says, help him land the plane, guide him through this, and just do what you got to do. And so Sanchez was saying he's got like the wristband of plays where it'll be like, it's numbered. So the coach can say, hey, tell the other 10 guys in the huddle it's play 10. They'll know what you're talking about because they've been here all year. It's play 10. Now, as you're walking up to the line of scrimmage, he's communicating to Mark Sanchez saying, okay, remember when we were in New York 10 years ago? It's like this play that we ran. So you'll be fine. There's 2 wide receivers over here. And it's like, this is like on the fly during a football game. He's done this multiple times. He's helped guys land the plane on a football field. So I'm just fascinated by it.
Yeah, it's incredible. And especially because Josh Dobbs, I saw an interview he was doing, and he was saying, yeah, like Kevin will be in my headset. And as it's getting closer and closer to cutting out, you'd hear Kevin O'Connell just be like, yep, okay, so you got 2 receivers to your right if the safety comes down, and then we'll just cut out.
Yep.
Time's up. He would be like, well, now I just got to
wait, what? Do I throw?
Yeah.
Do I hand it?
So there's 5 buttons on the panel here. Don't push.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay, wait 1 second. Amy's in my headphones. Amy Daniels, is that you?
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Tom, be sure when you're going to break that you never do. Yeah. Oh, it cuts out. Oh, no.
We all know that it was going to say never give it to Brittany. Never give Brittany the mic.
Exactly.
I have this imagery of Dobbs this week. So, like, he seems so intelligent that he's got these plays down. but he has like flashcards of players' faces with their names on the back. Like that's my imagery of him on the bus right now, being like, okay, yeah, Anderson is, like that would be so cute.
But that's a thing, because like one of the things in the game is that as you're watching a football game, oftentimes, so the offense goes up to the line, and for most plays, you put a guy in motion, like you want to call for that receiver to go over to the other side of the formation.
Yep.
And so sometimes if you're a quarterback and you want to, and they do that to see if the defense reacts so they can get a read on what they're doing. And so what you would do is you would like say the guy's name, like, hey, Jordan, over here, right? Yeah. Or, whatever. And so he doesn't know these guys' names. So he's looking over and he's like, hey guy, right. you go over this way.
Yeah, what is he yelling as he can't
hear?
Hey,
buddy, hey, chief.
Hey, chief, I like that one.
Tall guy. We're all pal. Tall.
Yeah. Hey, muscular 6'3" guy. Oh wait, you're all muscular.
Like, taps the line, like, who's that guy out there again?
What's your name? What's your name? Like kids do.
Oh God.
So we do on Purple Daily, we turn our Friday show into, we call it Feedback Friday, where we just read for better or worse, we just read people's questions, and if they want to rip us, we read those. And I'm going through because we'll do a live stream here shortly after I'm done with you guys. Most of the questions are about how far can the Vikings go with a backup quarterback, and they've done it like remember 1998, Randall Cunningham, he was a backup. He did not start the season as the starting quarterback.
Okay.
Case Keenum from 5 years ago comes in as a backup. They go to the NFC Championship game. So fans are already sort of thinking, oh, man, we've done this before with a backup quarterback. How far can we go?
Just so putting it out there, Josh Dobbs, not as good as Randall Cunningham.
Yep.
So we're just going to let that sit out there. And then, Case Keenum, that was a historic type run. I think Josh could get us there. We'll see how good he does once he picks up the offense and people start game planning for him. But I don't think if he ends up being the next Randall Cunningham, then that will be the greatest trade that we fleeced the Arizona Cardinals for in history.
Yes. It is nice, though, to have a quarterback. And this is Kirk's a really good quarterback. Kirk Cousins, one of the 12 best quarterbacks in the world. Mm-hmm. But when a defensive player breaks through the line, he can't run anywhere, right? He's a statue in the pocket. It is nice to have a guy that if things melt down a little bit, he can run around and extend a play. It's the first time we've really seen that. Gosh, like when's the last? I mean, Keenum could run a little bit. Christian Ponder would just like run out of nervousness 10 years ago. Like, oh God, it's happening. But it's been a long time since Dante Culpepper is probably the last true like running quarterback the Vikings have had 15 years ago.
That's only running to get a suit made out of dollar bills.
Yep.
He loved that suit, man. He wore. I got to ask you guys a question because many, many years ago, well, not that long ago, but several years ago, I was invited to a dinner party at this guy's house, right? Mm-hmm. Friend of a friend kind of deal. And I'm sit down at the table, and the seat next to me is open. And the bathroom door opens, and here comes Rich Gannon out of the men's room. He's sitting right next to me. I spent so much time criticizing Rich Gannon on the queue. I can't even tell you how often I went after him.
Oh, man.
He says to me, yeah, Tom, I listen to you all the time. I love listening to you. I said, even when I went after, he goes, I got to be honest with you, Tom. It's your job. I understand that. What a nice man.
Okay. I have a Rich Gannon story. I want to piece together two sides of a Rich Gannon story here. Okay. So we used to have here. I guess I'm wondering, is Rich Gannon full of shit? Okay, that's what I'm wondering. So,
hey, Rich, you're still getting criticized all these years later.
So we used to have Rich Gannon as a guest on our old radio show. So I think this was the Mackey and Judd show when we were on 1500 ESPN, probably 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And he would come on as a weekly guest during football season, and he was great. He would be fully prepared. He would know everything about the Vikings opponent, everything. He was a preparation freak, and he was great. And at the end of every single interview, we'd say, Rich Gannon, man, great stuff. Thank you so much. And he would say, thank you guys. You guys are the best. We'll talk to you next week. He would end every interview with, you guys are the best. We'll talk to you next week. And we felt special. We were like, man, Rich Gannon thinks we're the best.
Great guy.
And then I happened to tune into, I think it was a Kansas City radio station, because didn't he play for the Chiefs at one point?
Yes.
And I heard him doing an interview, kind of the same type of deal, like he's doing a weekly breakdown with his friends on 810 or 610 Kansas City. And They get to the end of the interview, and Rich Gannon says, "No, thank you guys. You guys are the best."
That's a different state, you know.
It's like, wait a second. It's like when I went to a Garth Brooks concert at US Bank Stadium when he was here like 3 or 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. And he spent it was like a 3-hour thing. And Garth spent the whole night just like between every song, he was like, oh my God. I mean, this is a religious experience doing this for you guys. I've been doing this for 30 years. This is the best crowd I have ever been in front of. My God, thank you guys. And I had a chance. There's a guy named Jason Fitz who used to be a fiddle player for like the band Perry, one of the country bands. And then he got into ESPN radio hosting. So we were doing a show together one day, and during a commercial break, I asked Jason, hey, totally random question, because you did the country music scene. I said, Garth Brooks made us feel really special last week at US Bank Stadium. Oh. He spent the whole time saying this is the best crowd he's ever been in front of. This is the best night of his life. I said, was he just saying that? And Jason starts laughing and goes, he literally says that every single stop on every single tour.
Yep.
Rich Gannon, love you, but you're full of shit.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
If it makes you feel any better, you know about the beef between Garth Brooks and Tom Segura, this comedian?
Yeah,
I love Tom Segura.
For some reason, I forget the origin of it, but like Tom Segura has started this like, Garth, where are the bodies? Like, where are the bodies, Garth? And then there's like he found like a string of murders that just happened to line up with Garth Brooks's like tour.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Now if you go to Garth Brooks's Instagram and you go to the comments, like the top comment is always something regarding dig up the bodies, Garth.
Show us the body. Where are the graveyards? So it's to the point, like it started as a joke, and then they started really connecting it. More people were connecting it, and now. And then Tom, he completely blocked Tom Segura off of everything. And
so Garth Brooks might be a serial killer. Is that what we're?
So I did a quick search, and it looks like this has been going on since 2018.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Jesus.
And it got to the point where like Garth Brooks definitely knows who he is because he told a story about how Tom was trying to dunk a basketball for like a promotion thing.
Tom Segura?
Yes.
He can't dunk a basketball.
No. Well, here's the thing. He stumbled and snapped his arm in half.
Oh God.
And it's on video.
Yeah.
Oh. But Tom Segura much later after this was talking to somebody who like used to work with with Garth Brooks, and he's like, when he's having a bad day, he pulls out that video of you breaking your arm, and that cheers him up.
That's amazing.
I got to close with this, Phil, because you just I brought back a memory I had completely forgotten about. As you guys, Brittany obviously has known me for a billion years. Tevin's known me for several years. I'm not much of the ass kisser genre. It's just never been my deal to suck up to people or kiss ass or do. I mean, I've lost a number of jobs because I just won't kiss ass, right? I just don't do that. And it's not that I avoid doing it. It's just if I do it, my brain starts to hurt. So we're booked in Vegas. Were you at that Vegas show that had 5,500 people in it?
I think I started when we moved it to the Golden Nugget, which was really packed in there.
Yeah.
But I can't remember how many people were there. It was insane.
Planet Hollywood, I think this one was, and there were 5,500 people that traveled to Las Vegas, come see the show, and they just packed the place. They were literally standing. There weren't enough seats to seat everyone. And the people the management looked at me like, what is wrong with you? Right? Because we started the show, everybody's cheering and they're going berserk and all the rest of it. Everybody quiets down and I go, what do you want?
Oh, to the manager guy?
No, to the audience.
Oh,
I'm assuming they all loved it.
They thought it was hilarious.
So you don't have the Garth Brooks mentality. You're not telling everybody how great they are. I see what you're saying.
What do you want?
What the hell are you guys doing here?
That's why, Phil, you'll probably never hear Tom tell you are the best. He'll say, you're at least the 6th best I've ever worked with.
You're inching in top 5, close to top 5. You're fringe top 5. Yeah.
I don't want to throw Tom under the bus, but he tells all the contributors they're lovely and talented. So yeah, you're not
lovely and talented. That's right. Lovely and talented.
Oh man.
Well, we'll see the lovely and talented Phil Mackey next Monday.
Hey, thanks. You guys are the best.
Oh, get out of here.
He goes, get out of here. That's nice, Brittany. No, that is true. The ass kissing part. Oh, you're just wonderful. You say that to everybody. Like, come on. But yeah, if you walk out and go, you know what? Once you all kiss my ass, I go, I like this guy.
I know, right? Yeah.
Like Bernie Mac at the.
I love Bernie Mac.
I ain't scared of you, mother effers.
I thought Bernie Mac was. He died way too young, man.
Yeah, he died like his mid-40s, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my God.
God, he was funny. I used to have him on the show because he had that. What was the name of the comedy tour?
Oh, Kings of Comedy.
Kings of Comedy. There you go.
Yeah.
God, he was a good guy. We'll take a break. Be right back. We got another magnificent. Oh, when he comes on, I go, oh, it's so great to have you, Chris Hager.
You're the best.
You're the best ever.
I can't wait for you guys to see what he has his name for StreamYard.
Oh, no. Guys, if you want to reignite your intimacy once and for all, listen, just give Twin Cities Premier Health a call for a discreet and confidential in-office evaluation by their highly trained staff of medical professionals. Acoustic wave therapy sessions are 25 to 30-minute treatments with no pain, no downtime afterward. And right now, Twin Cities Premier Health is offering a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. Receive this $800 value when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. You may know that age-related erectile dysfunction is most commonly caused by a buildup of plaque in the arteries that supply blood to the erectile tissue. Acoustic wave therapy can rescue your relationship and has been clinically proven to break up plaque and improve blood flow to the penis. Definitely take advantage of this limited time special offer. Receive a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. This is a savings of $800 when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. I wouldn't recommend a service like this unless I knew they could help you.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw and Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bielke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. I do not call people my longtime friend unless they really are, and they are. Steve, lovely wife, Tatiana, and of course, their kid who's taller than me, which pisses me off. But anyway, and he's only like 16. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything the right way. That's why. And they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They are not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need, when they need it, and at the fair price. Keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank, give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. They will do a great job for you. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my whole family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That is SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And that first hour of Friday's show is such a trifecta because you got, Phil Mackey, and then you got Rhonda Suckett, and that Rhonda Suckett. Is that how you spell Suckett?
Yes.
Okay.
See how confusing that is?
What?
Well, look at it. I mean, it looks like suck it.
Oh, is that how it actually was spelled?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Who would have done that?
You're right. So we go with Rhonda Suckett, who looks a lot like Chris Eggert.
Yeah.
And then you wrap it up with Sandy. I mean, that's the all-time Three Musketeer trifecta, isn't it?
a very impressive lineup, minus me.
minus me. Are you trying to look professorial? Because every morning now you wear your glasses on the air.
No, my eyes are bugging me, and I'm having a hard time seeing out of this one. So I've been wearing them.
What is it? Do you know what it is?
I don't know. I think it's just like getting old crap, but it seems to get worse whether I've got like some kind of a head cold sinus infection thing going on. So I don't know.
Okay, I just want a little advice for my buddy, because you and I have known each other for years now.
Yes, sir.
My left eye, I lost my vision almost completely in my left eye about 4 or 5 months ago, something like that. It turned out it was just a stress deal. I was very stressed out. That's what it turned out to be. But I went to the hospital to make sure I wasn't going to have, I wouldn't have any big time problems. $11,000.
Oh,
but they saved your eye.
It cleared up while I was sitting there. So, $11,000. I was there for 3 hours. It's like, that's expensive.
Makes you want to wait it out next time.
That's what I mean. It's like you don't want to that's tough. A couple of years ago, I had what I felt like was chest pain.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And I went to the doc in the box on the corner because I was like, And they did an EKG, and the guy gets done with the EKG, and he's like, he goes, well, I don't know if it happened recently, but it looks like you've had a heart attack. And I was like,
what?
Yeah. And I was like, and he goes, you need to go to the hospital immediately, and we'll get you an ambulance. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what? So I don't drive. I take the freaking ambulance. The ambulance crew gets me to the hospital. They do the EKG, and they're like, I don't know what that guy said, but it does not you had a heart attack. So,
I'm not paying for that ambulance.
Right. But so then I still had to go to the freaking hospital. I still had to sit there for 4 hours, go through all that crap. Insurance picked up, a majority of it, but still, yeah.
That's why you changed your name to Rhonda Suckett.
But you don't know, right? What are you going to do? Risk it? Well, I guess I'd like to ride this out. And the next thing you know, you're laying dead on the bathroom floor.
I would do if I were you and had to go to the hospital. I go, one thing, I got to be honest with you. And I'd be wearing long pants. I will tell you that. I don't know what it is, but would you mind just putting the stethoscope on my left leg there and just see what, we're not getting a heartbeat. So you scare the piss out of them. I think
sure what's happening down there.
I love that so much. So you went and spent all that money for no reason.
Because the initial doc in the box said, you've had a heart attack, which what are you supposed to do, right?
You did the right thing. Also, you fall right in the demographic, your age, your stress level, your sleep patterns. You would go, you do all the things.
Is that a thing? Can you have a heart attack without knowing you had a heart attack? I always thought it was like having a stroke type of thing where
because there's absolutely different levels of heart attack. They talk like the what's the widowmaker and all those things. You can have all sorts of heart disease is the blood flow and arteries going to your heart being occluded and not having the oxygen for those cells. So if you feel any of those signs, a lot of times they can do stuff to dilate the veins and the arteries so you can get blood there quickly and the cells don't die off.
What do you think of that action?
God dang, Brittany, holy crap.
I guess those classes are paying off.
Right.
You just dropped some heart disease knowledge bomb on us right there.
Number one killer.
Is what?
Heart disease.
And then Garth Brooks.
And then Garth Brooks, exactly.
Yeah, what the hell was that? I only caught part of that about the Garth Brooks. What?
And Tom Segura, I guess, says he's estimating 200 to 300 bodies that have been accumulated.
What? So Chris, comedian Tom Segura has like a weird, it started off as like a weird bit, but now it's like an actual beef, I guess, with Garth Brooks. And he's, just made a joke about how he's not saying he's a serial killer, but he's saying there's too many coincidences for it to not be true.
I think me and AJ have the exact same algorithm for TikTok because I am so in this, but I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know if many people know about this.
I hadn't heard about it. That's funny. I mean, not funny if Garth is indeed the killer.
If he's the killer. I like that.
where the bodies
It's always the guys. It's always the guys you don't expect, right?
Yeah,
Right.
except when it's the guys you really expect, because like they're really obvious.
Yeah, no, there are some mugshots that get thrown up, and you're like, of course it was that guy.
Oh
course you-
yeah. Like 3 days a week, we'll have a mug shot on, and I'll just look off. I'll be like, "Yep, that tracks."
I think it'd be really funny if like there's how they interview the parents, and the parents are like, we had no idea. It'd be really funny if they're like, I always knew that mother trucker was shady.
It all works out in the end. I know what you did too, didn't you, when you got back from the hospital?
Probably
You
had a
walked in
beer.
the house. No, you walked in the house and said, I didn't have a heart attack, but apparently every time I see you, honey, my heart just pounds, and that's what it was.
Oh, that would have been great.
You probably should have been nice because she was probably looking at those medical bills.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Little
No doubt about it.
Little spendy. So I was watching the news this morning, which I really like.
Yes, sir.
I like watching your news every morning while I'm taking my little walk. I take a 2-mile walk every morning, and I watch you guys, and it's great.
Glad to have you with us.
It's true. You guys fit together very well. There's nobody standing out like, oh, that guy's kind of a prick.
No,
It's a good cat.
I mean, for sure.
Mo, definitely. So what's the big story this morning?
I think I listen. I don't have an opinion on any story because I am a straight down the middle newsman.
I love it.
But I will say, so Hyundai and Kia are doing these big, like, come and get your car fixed clinics this weekend, because their cars can be stolen easily because the kids have figured out a way to jack them real easily and blah, blah, blah. I think it's really messed up that like people have to drop what they're doing and just schedule a drive across town to either go to Shakopee or to the Lake Street Kmart burned up parking lot to like have your car worked on. Like you have to go and get your car fixed. Otherwise it could be stolen. Is that just, I don't know.
What if they just didn't acknowledge this? They could have just not acknowledged this.
I mean, it's PR 101 that you own the problem, right? Deny.
You definitely have to, because I worked in the auto industry when it was like everybody was stealing Kias with their iPhone USB cables, and it was just a line of people out the door looking like, hey, I just want to get rid of this brand new Kia and I'll get a beetle bug if I don't care what it is. Like there are guys that will come in, they're like, my car's gotten stolen 3 times this week. Like I need to get rid of this.
Do you just quit locking it then? Like that's what I would do.
Right? Just like leave it open.
You leave a note that's
not
like,
gonna bust the... Oh, go ahead, AJ.
I was just like leave a note that's like, hey guys, I really need to get to like this tomorrow. Please don't steal this.
Please bring it back to this address by noon tomorrow. That's all I ask.
First, I have to work.
Well, and I felt bad for people that their car got stolen and then found in just fine condition, because now when they try to sell it, it's got theft on the car fast.
Because that tracks with the VIN number forever.
Yeah, you'd rather have it get stolen and totaled, burned in the parking lot, because now you can just get a check for it and get a new car.
I would call and go, oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I actually forgot I left it at this park. You can go ahead. Just delete that. I'm such a fool.
Cancel the police search.
I'm so ditzy.
Tommy, have you ever had a car stolen?
No, I was just thinking about something while you guys were talking, because when I was a kid, teenager, early 20s, I lived in to this day, the most dangerous neighborhood in Minnesota. A lot of thefts, a lot of violence, a lot of death, all the rest of it. And all the time you'd see guys get out of their car, leave their car running, go into the liquor store, come back out, get in their car and drive away. You could never do that now. There's no way.
No.
Oh, for sure.
But they never got their car stolen. Never. Ever.
Well, maybe there was a bit of some street respect there, right? Like you just, you know.
Yeah, depending on whose car it is that left it running, maybe you don't want to steal that guy's car because he'll come in.
Yeah,
just
like you know that stealing that car is going to result in a world of hurt for you. So
that'd be great. They got a personalized plate that says Al Capone on it.
It's so regional the way that you lock or don't lock your car, because I've lived in Minneapolis and right on like Penn and things like that. To this day, I still lock my car in the garage that's attached to the house, and my husband gets pissed. He's from a small town where every car was unlocked, like when you park in the big, it's like so we are so different about that.
Oh yeah, well, even because my mom lives out in the middle of nowhere, and so they won't even lock their front door half the night, or half the time. It's like, Mom, what do you mean you don't lock your door? Someone's gonna sneak in here.
No, that's true. I mean, it's totally different now. Totally different than it used to be, unfortunately. Right?
Facts.
All right, you got to get back to work, Rhonda Suckett.
I do. I've got people to tell things to.
I was going to say people and then your last name.
Okay, Brittany. Jesus.
Have you been drinking caffeine this morning? You are so jacked. It's unbelievable.
Either that or vodka.
Yeah, maybe it's vodka.
A little both.
Rhonda Suckett.
That is great.
Yeah, thanks, by the way, for reposting that on your social channels.
You're that was my number one goal. Was I need to get home and cut that clip out as soon as possible.
Nice job, Tevin. And then some guy tweeted me something about Lieutenant Dan. He went right into making a leg joke.
Love Lieutenant Dan.
Gosh.
Love Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, so thanks for that. I appreciate it.
All right, Pally, we'll talk to you on Monday.
Have a nice weekend. Bye.
You're the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rhonda Suckett on Channel 5 Eyewitness News. Also kind of known once in a while as Chris Eggert, but other than that. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Take a break, be right back. Speaking of sucking, Bob Sansevier is up next. Was that Flo?
Yeah. Also, is Rhonda Suckett? That's like Chris's street name.
It is
look for Chris Eggert, also known on the street as Rhonda Suckett.
Rhonda Suckett. Thank you. Beautiful name. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk and not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad you did. Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security and investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. I am Tom Barnard, and I am a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Why I'm in here criticizing Tevin, so don't turn my mic up real quick. And when I went, "You're horrible."
Sorry about that.
Actually, we weren't. We were talking about there. We had a couple of friends that emailed in that said, "What did they say, Tevin?"
Oh yeah, they said because we were talking about can you have a minor heart attack without knowing it? And
right.
A couple people that said, yeah, they've had those. So
it's amazing.
It's surprising how many people have already written in saying
really,
yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple of people I know. He was just talking about had minor heart attacks. I guess I didn't even know that. K&L Surplus and Ammo is your one-stop shop for all firearms-related products and is the perfect choice. The preferred choice, as a matter of fact. That's how important it is. Among trap enthusiasts and waterfowl hunters for over 25 years, K&L is an authorized SKB shotgun dealer with a huge selection of youth models, has a huge selection of trap loads as well. Fall hunting is here. Head to K&L Surplus and stock up on waterfowl loads. K&L now has a lot of calibers that have been hard to find in stock. They took care of it. K&L Surplus and Ammo is a veteran-owned, offers first responder and veteran discounts. We love that. Check this out. Mention this show and receive a 10% off anything in the store. That is anything in the store. KNL is also committed to safety and a licensed FFL retailer. Find out for yourself why KNL Surplus and Ammo has been choice of gun owners for over 25 years. Go to www.klgunstore.com. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. 8:52 now. It's 8 minutes till 9 o'clock. Bob Sansevier Sports brought to you by Bialke Law Firm. Hurt at work. Dave Bialke goes to work for you, taking care of your workers' comp injury claims and denials. Go to BIALKElaw.com. Tell them Bob and Tom sent you. We should go with Tom and Bob there because I think there is a Bob and Tom in Indianapolis. Even though Bob retired, they still call it the Bob and Tom Show. So we're going to change ours to the Tom and Bob Show. What do you think, Sandy?
Whatever you'd like to do, it's your show.
How about Sandy and Barney? What do you think?
Barney?
Hey, Barney. I was called Barney the whole time I was a teenager and a young man.
Really?
Barney. Well, because of Barney Fife. That's why I was.
Oh.
Barnard, Barney, get it?
Who was the guy that said Barnard?
Barnard. God, that's right. They were. Oh, it was in the at the Empress Theater in North Minneapolis, and I was wearing my basketball jersey that had my name on the back of it. So all of the Tevins in the world, Barnard, the whole movie.
That's a black people love to like use whatever you're wearing.
Oh yeah,
to talk a little crap to you. Like, oh, you bet you think you're special over there in your little blue and gray jacket, don't you?
I'll tell you what, those pants were nice 20 years ago.
Right.
I've heard it, believe me. So, Sandy, what's the latest?
Well, it's rare because I came to Minnesota in 1984 to cover the Vikings for the Star Tribune. Then I went to be a columnist at the Pioneer Press. Rarely have I looked forward to a game as much as Sundays because I want to know, like many Viking fans, is he a one-game wonder or is he a savior for this team? Joshua Dobbs. I mean, he's the offensive player of the week. Couldn't have a better week than this guy has had. NASA reached out to him. They, they called him the Pastronaut, and they, Oh yeah, that's a nickname somebody pinned on him, the Pastronaut, because they're into the fact that he's a rocket scientist or an, aerospace engineer. So he's, he's probably the top ranked quarterback at NASA. So it's a great story. And actually, Tom, there were two great stories this week, and I'm wondering if you talked to one half of the other great story, who's a good friend of yours, Louis Nanny.
I just talked to him last night, as a matter of fact. Catherine and I talked to Louis, talked to Tino and Michelle. Very, very proud grandfather and father and mother.
Is Louis still, he's got to still be living the glory of, not only did he watch his grandson score his first goal as a Wild, he was the TV analyst. I mean, what could be better? And the line Louis had about, I saw him score his first goal. Yeah, when he was a mighty mite at like 3 or whatever the heck they are. AJ, what are they when they're like tiny, when they're toddlers just starting out?
Mites is like the smallest one, and then there's like squirts and peewees and bantams and stuff.
Mighty mites, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But in hockey, like the Nanny family, some, when you get the teething ring as a kid, they probably just gave him a hockey puck to gnaw on.
You know what I love about Louis Nanny the most? Because Louis and I have been friends now for, 40 years, probably, something like that.
Yeah.
His whole family, just magnificent people. Everybody in that Nanny family is just a wonderful person. Well, except for Tino. He's terrible. But no. But one thing I love about Louis is when he gets whipped up about that stuff. I said, so Louis, what's up? Well, Jesus Christ, I'm in Buffalo right now. I got to go to Las Vegas, then I'm coming back there, and then I'm going to go to Florida, and then I got to go back to. He gave me his whole itinerary for the next month. That boy's always on the move.
Yeah, but I don't know him nearly as well as you do, but he's a great guy. And
great guy.
The only disappointment I have in Tino is that his pizzeria closed.
I know.
I loved his pizza.
I know, right there on Highway 7.
Yeah, the man can make a pie.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tino and I are really, really good friends. As a matter of fact, we're going to get together and have a little dinner in the next couple of weeks. Looking forward to that. But yeah, the little Lettieri. Vinny Lettieri scored his first goal Vinny Lettieri scored his first goal as a member of the Wild. What a great story.
Well, I remember I met him in high school because this goes way back, obviously, when my daughter was in high school and she was working for Fox Sports North doing high school stories and interviews.
Sure. Yeah.
And I met him, a great kid. I mean, he really was just a nice kid. And I'm thinking at the time, Sammy, it certainly wouldn't do so bad if you started dating old Vinny, good-looking Italian kid.
One of my favorite things about going to the Nanny household or the Lettieri household, because that's the two spots they get together at, and Marty shows up and Louie, and you got Tino, and you got all the women, you got everybody there and all the rest of it. You don't get a lot of words in, I will tell you that. They have a couple of cocktails, and it's, let me tell you the 85th story.
Well,
Great family.
Now there's another story that they could add to
Yes.
this.
Yeah. Well, I want to know, Bob, how far down the rabbit hole of trying to get your daughter to marry into the nanny family did you get? Did you offer them a cow or anything like that? Is
the dowry? No, it never got. I just was thinking because I went with her. I said, boy, she could do worse.
Vinny just got married. You know that, right? This summer.
Vinny did?
Yeah, he did. Went to the wedding.
Well, Sam did too. They'd have to be the second for each then.
That's right. Yeah, both get divorced. That'd be unbelievable.
Just still holding on to hope.
Good Italian kid.
So is
scoring
Vinny,
some goals, making some dough.
You need Vinny's goal scoring to rub off on Kirill Kaprizov because he's still struggling. Correct? I've saw that he's off to like his slowest start of his career for a season.
I know they're off to. They lose 4-1 to the Rangers.
Ooh.
Meantime, the team who expected the Timberwolves to win 4 in a row, they're on fire. So,
yeah, we got Victor Wembanyama tonight. First game of the in-season tournament.
Well, we'll see what winds up happening with this team. I mean, it'd be great if they could give people some interest this winter to be excited about.
Yeah, it's true.
From people who've seen them, there won't be much excitement on your Gopher basketball team.
There hasn't been in about 75 years now, but other than that, no, I shouldn't say that. It was probably about 50 years, though.
No, I mean, Clem he did have that Final Four team that's been erased from the record books.
Yep. Because why was that again?
That cheating scandal. All these guys, what did they do? Okay, they turned in some papers on the women's menstrual cycle. Who doesn't do that?
I've done it.
I mean, that's what's amazing about it. Why don't you think and turn something in instead of just you're going through a list of things you could turn in that aren't yours? You pick the women's menstrual cycle, and you're a college men's basketball player.
What was her name again? The woman that turned them all in.
I was just talking about her yesterday. I could picture her.
Yeah.
It'll come to me in a matter of moments. So, or AJ will find it in a matter of moments. There you go.
Oh, look at he put you to work. You see that?
Look at
What do you think of that action?
So I guess somebody needs to,
Just type in Gophers cheating scandal and whistleblower.
Is it Jan something?
Jan Gangelhoff.
Jan Gangelhoff. There we go. We did it,
yeah,
Bob.
I have it right here. It's Jan Gangelhoff.
AJ, you're late to the party.
AJ, you're useless.
Remember
Jan Gangelhoff?
She allegedly had a thing with, was it Rush Archambault? Remember him? He was a player on that team, supposed to have been a terrific player. But anyway.
I do remember.
Those were the days.
Were they?
They were. They really were. Bobby Jackson, heck of a player.
When I was a young boy, man, there was no bigger Gopher basketball fan than me. I'll tell you that. That's where my love of watching Kevin McHale started.
Well, it also probably because the first game you probably watched was when they played Ohio State, and there was that barn burner of a brawl. I like this sport.
Yeah, they had a slugfest out on the basketball court. I'll never forget it.
Yep.
That was what was that guy's name again? He was a really nice guy.
For the Gophers or for Ohio State? Well, there were a number of Luke. Well, was it Luke
Rittenauer?
Not Luke Rittenauer. No. He was there. No, he's a young black man in America today. What the hell was his name again? A great guy.
AJ.
Jan
Gangelhoff. That's his name.
Gophers brawl with Ohio State. But they
had a brother that was famous too.
Winfield was on that team too, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Winfield.
Oh, you're talking about Dave Winfield.
Dave Winfield. Yep.
All right.
That's who was on there.
Yeah. AJ, forget it.
I'm seeing Dave Winfield through my searches, and then by the way, I found that one from earlier. Jan Gangelhoff.
Thank you. Wow, I'm gonna write that down.
Couldn't come up with her name. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
You found that one.
Sure wasn't Corky Taylor.
Oh, Corky Taylor. I remember Corky Taylor.
He was on that team, I believe.
Huge.
Part of that brawl.
Huge fan of that basketball team back in the day, man. University of Minnesota was wonderful. Jim Dutcher was the coach, wasn't he, at that time?
No, Musselman was the coach then.
Oh, Musselman was. Okay. Just a little
and
bit
then Dutcher
after
came later.
Yeah, just a little bit before Dutcher. Yeah.
Dutcher, unfortunately, he had the Mitch Lee team where, remember, there was Mitch Lee was acquitted that night. I was at that game. That night, he had a champagne glass shaved in the side of his head.
I remember.
To celebrate.
I remember. That was not a good idea.
No, it wasn't a good idea. Might have been a good luck, but it wasn't a good idea.
It was not a good idea. No question about it. So what else is going on in sports, Sandy?
Well, I mean, really the big story this weekend is your Minnesota Vikings. It's certainly not your Gophers.
Yeah. No, it's not the Gophers.
And we'll see. I mean, Jefferson's not coming back yet, but they got him. The window, or they call it the portal, is open. We'll see how what happens with that. And I hope Joshua Dobbs does well because it's a great story. But I do want to see something of Jaron Hall. And for that to happen, Dobbs has to either get hurt or be miserable. And I don't think Hall's out of the concussion protocol yet anyway. But it'd be nice to see what he actually can do for an entire game so they know what they have.
No, I understand. It just right now, Bob, I mean, thank God the Vikings did uptick a bit because right now, and the Twins, of course, made the second round of the playoffs. That was great too. But man, for a long time, there was just nothing to watch as far as sports were concerned, local sports.
No, and Tom, I don't know if you've heard, but there's no franchise that has a longer drought for championships than the Vikings. And no city with four of the four major teams has a longer drought for a championship than Minnesota.
It's
incredible. The double whammy.
They never win, Bob. Minnesota just never wins anymore.
Well, okay. Do you think some of it is ownership?
Yes.
Because I think that's the case. Because the Twins, they just don't want to spend money.
No.
They've had, they certainly had it together in 87 and 91, but it was more just the young talent that matured together. And that worked out wonderfully for him. But the Wild owner, and the guy, I mean, he has spent money. It just hasn't maybe spent it wisely enough.
Yeah, I feel kind of sorry for him, though.
Craig Leopold?
Craig Leopold. I feel sorry for him because, Craig's worth, I think, like $3 billion.
Yeah, it's tough.
But his wife is worth $6 billion.
Is she? What's her money from?
I think she's a member of one of the most wealthy families in America. What the hell? I can't remember who his wife is anymore.
AJ.
AJ, get off your ass and find out who Craig Leopold's wife is.
Leipold. Well, he knows that.
Can't be another Estee Lauder grandson or something. It's not that, but it's
not the liquor thing, is it?
It's Helen Johnson Leopold. So is she a part of the
Johnson and Johnson
family?
That's where it is.
Which Johnson? The first or the second?
The one right here.
Great question. Great question.
Her net worth as of 2023 is $4.6 billion.
$4.6 billion, and he's worth like $2 or $3 billion. That's pretty good.
Wait a minute. When he met her, was he a pauper? And then he's living on the missus' money.
Craig, you're a good guy. I've always liked you. I just ran into him at the Wild game.
He is always. I mean, I haven't talked to him in quite a while since I stopped being a counselor, but he always was very nice, and he seemed like a really good guy. And you confirming that now that he is,
he's a great guy. And I think Ahmad Rashad was his brother-in-law because he was married to one of the Johnson & Johnson women too. What was that, Sally Johnson, I think?
Oh, before he was married to Felicia?
No, I think it was one of the 17 in between. I'm not sure which one it is. Ahmad likes wealthy women. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, not
an idiot. Doesn't everybody though?
It looks like it's not Sale. It can't be Sale. It's
That's
probably
Sally.
Yeah, they were married until 07 to 13.
07 to 13. He's been divorced from her for 10 years already.
Wow.
Yes.
God.
How many wives has Ahmad had? Ahmad, as Bud would call him.
Yeah, Ahmad. Yeah.
3.
3 wives, really?
Matilda Johnson for 3 years back in the 70s. Felicia Rashad, 85 to 01, and then Sally Johnson, 07 to 13.
God, really? That's amazing. Oh, Ahmad is a handsome devil.
He hasn't changed. I mean, he's ageless.
Yeah, he is.
The guy still looks the same.
I run into him a couple of times. A very, very pleasant guy.
You won't. Well, we talked about it. You're not going to find many former Vikings who aren't pleasant. There's a few.
There's a few, but not many.
Yeah, but not at all. I mean, it's I have talked to him. I don't know him on a personal level. Chuck thinks the world of him. Chuck Foreman.
Chuck Foreman's one of my favorite people in the world, Bob. What'd you bring him up for?
Well, because he's on. Yeah, I'm on with him. I do a show with him every Thursday, the Jim Bob Sports Jamboree with Vikings legend Chuck Foreman.
But you don't ever want to have Chuck come on this show.
He was on the first show. Where were you? Oh, that's right. You weren't here yet.
I wasn't around.
You don't know the history of the Tom Barnard show.
Bob, you've attacked now AJ and Tevin. When is it my turn?
Well, I can't see it because you have that gauzy overlay on it.
Oh, yeah.
That you can't see. What's that? The filter.
See, it was my turn.
I would say Chuck Foreman is one of the nicest people I have ever met. And I'm not just saying that because I think the world of him. He is a great guy.
He absolutely is. And because I've known him, I mean, I've done a show with him for 5, 6, 7 years. And he's absolutely wonderful. And he loves, by the way, to drive. Like if he goes to Miami to where he went to school, he drove down there because he was inducted into their the Ring of Honor at Miami is a bigger deal than the Miami Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
because
it is.
You know, they can put a lot in the Hall of Fame. There's only so many they can put up on the Ring of Honor. He went in though. Jimmy Johnson was one of the guys he went in with.
Oh yeah,
which is not too shabby.
I will tell you, honest God, it's good for people to hear this because Chuck Foreman was one of the greatest running backs I have ever seen in my entire life. Phenomenal running back. And he's a great guy. I think that's good for people to hear that you can be a supreme talent and a good person. Right.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I have talked to him about this for years. And I think I got to get Mike Bryant to either do it or recommend an attorney do it. No, ground floor, Chuck Foreman cloning rights.
Oh, there you go.
Imagine Chuck Foreman from the 70s playing today. He would be unbelievable.
He would be. You're
AJ's like making this face. Hey, Ted Williams' head is floating in some kind of cryonic fluid.
Tuna can. It's sitting on a tuna can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people get into this stuff. I guarantee you.
I was drinking water. What do you
mean? He was doing nothing. Tevin and I were making terrible faces.
Yeah.
And
AJ was making like, I don't believe this.
AJ was literally drinking water quietly, and he was just attacking.
I didn't mention AJ. I didn't try to mind his own business. AJ, look it up. Chuck Foreman for cloning rights. No, it's not there.
Oh my God.
Jan Rosenthal or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Jam Rosenthal. Yes.
Jan
She died not that long ago, I believe.
Who, Jam?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear it.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Anyway.
Well, you know, what the hell? So what's coming up in sports this weekend? Anything good?
Who cares about that? You want to talk about the Gophers? No.
No, that's what I'm saying. I love talking about the Vikings. That's great, but we talked about them, but there's nothing else to talk about.
No, your Timberwolves. Hey, the Timberwolves are playing, as Tevin said, they're playing Wembanyama.
Yeah, the Timberwolves right now, they show the Timberwolves some respect because they are
one
of the top. What's that?
They're 4 in a row.
Yeah, 4 in a row. They're starting to get some national steam. People are saying they might be the second best team in the West right now.
Might be, yeah.
It's early time. We're having some success. This is just like when we all hopped on the Twins bandwagon for the playoffs. Let's get behind the Wolves. Let's make some magic happen. Will it end in a fiery crash? Probably, but we're going to enjoy the ride along the way.
Tevin is so right about that because they will have this run and then they will just crash and slip below 500, and then they'll scramble to make the playoffs.
The best sign for the rest of the season was when we played the Boston Celtics this week, and Cat decided he was going to be a healthy scratch and just be in foul trouble and only contribute 7 points. And then Anthony Edwards said, you know what, everybody, hop on my back. I'm going to carry us through overtime, and we're going to get this W. So regardless if Cat plays well or not, we have Anthony Edwards. Is he the next Michael Jordan? He might be.
Oh, please.
I knew you'd like that one, Bob.
Please.
But no, Anthony Edwards is going to be great. We've got a superstar. It's our time to shine.
I don't disagree that he could be a superstar, but the biggest key to this team is Cat realizing he's not a superstar. He is now a complementary player to Anthony Edwards. And when he accepts that, this team can soar. But he can't try to be the equal. He's not.
What you just said brought back one of the greatest memories in the history of my radio career.
That's what I'm here for.
There's a young woman named Rachel who does, by the way, work at Hubbard now, but she was working at Squirrel Bite. That's exactly right. You never met Rachel. You know Rachel.
Squirrel Bite?
We called it a squirrel bit her on the foot once, so we called her Squirrel Bite from that day on. Brittany, you remember Squirrel Bite, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
She's still around. She still works at Hubbard.
She's great.
She's wonderful.
Good old SB.
She says, Tom, I got to tell you this story because it was so embarrassing. I said, what? I said, it was a couple of years ago. I don't remember what. I think it was a basketball team, but I don't.
It was a basketball team.
It was basketball, Bob.
Yep.
Good.
High school.
She said she's put in the game for the first time on the team. They put her in the game. Everything's silent. All of a sudden, she hears her mother go, "Now's your time to shine."
Oh, no.
I think it's when she was at the free throw line.
It's that free throw line. That's exactly.
That is awesome.
And she might have also yelled, "Be a star."
Be a star, yes. Rach, we love you. Always have. No question. Squirrel Bite. That was her
Okay.
name.
You got to have Chuck on again, but I don't know. Have you had Rachel on since you started the Tom Barnard show?
We got to get her in. Absolutely. What does she do over at the Hubbard now?
Doesn't she work at Twin Cities
marketing,
Live?
right?
Oh, is that where she works? Twin Cities Live?
Yeah, didn't you see her when you did your interview over there?
Yeah, I did see her that day. Yeah, but I didn't know she worked there.
She's
Wonderful.
yeah, she's amazing.
I tell you what, going out and having a cocktail with Rachel and Amy Kerr was unbelievable. Those two, God, they were fun. Couple of very nice people, unlike you, Pills.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, I knew that was headed my way.
It was good times.
All right, Sandy, I thought it was a brilliant report.
Yeah, I bet you did.
What do you mean? I'm trying to give you a compliment
Well,
here.
okay, now because I offended everyone apparently. AJ, he's the best. Nobody can get to that Google quicker than him. Look at him; he's a superstar himself.
Hey, Bob. By the way,
Tevin. Yeah.
Bob, real quick. Jan Gangelhoff is that name you were looking for earlier.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I knew I just couldn't come up with it. Thank you. And Tevin,
AJ, now's your time to shine.
You're a star.
Tevin is a star for everything that's happened since he joined the show. He doesn't know anything before like that. Chuck's
No,
been on.
the show was dead to me before.
Chuck was featured the first week of the show.
He was. Yeah.
Struggle podcast.
And Brittany, what can you say about Brittany?
Don't get him out of here immediately. Also, can I get one of those sweatshirts, Bob?
She's the best.
I want one of the BS sweat shows with the rainbow.
BS
I like
show?
that.
That is a
When
good
I
one.
when I have this was a one of a kind, but I'll see what I can do about getting you a two of a kind.
Cool.
We'll do that. How about that? I can
Sounds
get you a
good.
hat. I don't have any left,
Sweater.
but I'll get you a hat.
Jeez. Trying
You
to
don't
get
want a hat.
word in edgewise today is a bitch.
Sorry, Tom.
Where did you get the shirt?
I went to a place and had it made.
Oh, you did have it made.
Oh, I did have it made. Yeah, but I went trying to remember where I had this. I think actually it was out in Delano.
What an ego.
Hey, just promoting the show, the BS show, 5 days a week. BSshow.net, Spreaker.com. Find it
Spreaker.
there.
All right, Sandy. Lovely and talented Bob Sansevier, ladies and gentlemen.
Bye-bye. Brittany, bye.
Bye.
Bye, AJ. See, look at that. She's still looking up Jen Gangelhoff. Not stopping.
He's at it again. Bob Sansevier Sports brought to you by Bialke Law Firm. Heard at work, Dave Bialke goes to work for you, taking care of your workers' comp injury claims and denials. Go to BIALKElaw.com. Tell them Tom and Bob sent you. That'd be good. Oh, is he gone?
Yeah.
Good. I love Bob.
Oh,
I don't want to say that when he's on, though.
I had to mute my mic for most of that segment because I was laughing so hard.
What about his craziness?
Yeah, he kept just attacking random people, and then literally AJ was drinking water. He goes, "AJ, what's that face? Well, I get it. You think whatever." And I was like, "What is he?" I was Tom. I like if you watch the YouTube, I'm just laughing the whole time. I have my mic muted, and I was laughing the whole time.
Sandy. I love Sandy. Always have. He was hired and fired at KQ 5 times.
Yep.
5 times. They found out he was Italian and got rid of him.
That's
you know. The Eagles are at XL Energy Center on their farewell tour on Saturday, November 18th, and you can see them with me and Catherine in my suite. I got to say with Catherine and me. I got to flip it. I didn't print this out, but you know. To enter, just go to Tom Barnard app or the website at tombarnardshow.com. Listen for your name to be announced each day at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10. Email us back by midnight at contest@tombarnardshow.com, and you win. Today's qualifier name for the See the Eagles with me in my suite is Robert Simonson of Maple Grove. Excuse me, Robert Simonson of Maple Grove. Robert Simonson, email us by midnight tonight. Contest@tombarnardshow.com. That's contests@tombarnardshow.com. Yesterday, Renee Turgeon of Richfield Email us back immediately. Thank you, Renee. And will join me in the suite to see the Eagles at the XL on Saturday, November 18th. Robert Simonson, Maple Grove. Email us by midnight tonight at contest@TomBernardShow.com. We'll take a break. Be right back. More of this psychotic silliness right after this. What do you think? Hey, what was Jan's last name again?
Gangleheimer?
Gangleheimer. That's it. You all have helped me support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Well, great news. The MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98. For a limited time, you can get this 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That's a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more. Oh, it's Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN fat loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. A little news, a little information. Our very special guest, Coach Campanelli, with us. A new season of Women of Wrestling airs Saturdays on the CW. Also available to stream for free on YouTube, Prime Video, Pluto TV. Hailing from San Francisco, Coach Campanelli excelled at every sport she attempted. By the way, I'm looking at your picture right now, Coach, and I'm probably bigger than you, but you're still scaring me with that stare you got.
Well, that is part of my intimidation tactics. So.
You got your intimidation tactics. I like that. Even for interviews, you got to put that on. So how'd you get involved in did you start in one particular sport and just kept moving around sports till you found the one you loved?
Well, I love pretty much every sport.
Sure.
I couldn't say, I don't think I started with one sport. I think immediately my mom just kind of put me in a ton. And I think that's kind of what grew my love of sports and athleticism in general, and kind of kept me from staying in one particular focus, but being able to move about through several different ones.
Good.
I also come from a long line of coaches. So most of my family are coaches, and that's definitely what helps me stay active and master every sport that I pick up.
That's what it says. Hailing from San Francisco, Coach Campanelli excelled at every sport she attempted. What do you think of that action?
Exactly. I mean, it's true. I also, because of that, it helps me give other people coach tips. So
Well, I suppose did you just say you're welcome?
Yeah.
Coach, you are a coach. The coach is a coach. There's no question about that. So tell me about the new season of Women of Wrestling. Season 2 premiered back on September 16th. What's going on now?
Yeah, so the season 2 of WoW Women of Wrestling is going to be even more action-packed than the last season, if you can believe it. We have it started airing in September, and we have some great episodes. The next one coming out this weekend is going to be intense. There's a feud going on with the Mother Truckers right now, and that's going to be interesting. They are a wild tag team. And,
the Mother Truckers, okay.
Yeah, the Mother Truckers. Mother and daughter truckers, also wrestlers.
Oh.
I love it.
That works for me. Coach, I got to tell you something. I from the time I was probably, I don't know, maybe 25 years old, something like that, I used to hang out with a lot of professional wrestlers in Minnesota. Minnesota is very well known for the AWA and all of that. A lot of wrestlers came from this area. Hawk and Animal were good friends of mine. And to be around wrestlers is a different experience, Coach. You know that, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we even have Candy Crush. She's from St. Paul.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. I love Candy Crush, by the way. I got to be very honest, but it's a totally different, like one thing I can say, and probably the same just looking at your picture with that look on your face, that whenever we go to a bar, no one would come near us because they were afraid they would piss somebody off. And you got that same look. It's like, I'm not going near Coach Campanelli because I might piss her off and probably get my butt kicked. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like to approach things from several different mindsets.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I'm definitely strategic and technical over brute force, but that would be a tactic that I would pull out if I needed to.
It is one. Did you write this descriptor yourself? Because I love the last line in this descriptor. I'll read it right now. I'm hoping you wrote this. Since arriving at WOW, whether requested or not, Coach Campanelli has inserted her wisdom and coaching acumen. Whether they like it or not, you're going to tell them what to do. I like that.
Yep. That is something I do say. Some people don't like getting coach tips, but I can't help it. I'm a coach, and I'm just trying to help you get better. So if you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, but that makes total sense to me. You've been around it. Sounds like you're, like your whole family and all the rest of it. Why wouldn't you listen to somebody who's been in the game their whole life?
That's what I'm saying.
No, it's absolutely true. But I got to believe most people respond to that. They do follow your lead, don't they?
I think some people will roll their eyes up at the beginning, but then once they implement my coach tips and they see that they work, then they tend to follow after. But I do have a good following right now. I mean, I have my own team. So not only am I Coach Campanelli, one of the greatest athletes of all time, but I have my own team spirit. And they are a collection of other wrestlers in WoW Women of Wrestling that I trained myself. Maybe they already knew how to wrestle, maybe they didn't, but I train them to where I feel like they need to be, and continual training, obviously, of course, we never stop learning, but I want to be able to trust them as an extension of myself. And currently I'm actually holding a global tryout for a new member of Team Spirit.
Really? Now, how's that going for you?
Yeah. It is a long, hard process to find someone at what I deem the appropriate level of skill and athleticism. But, I'll never stop, and that's what I expect from my team.
No question about it. By the way, I love the fact CW puts it on Saturday nights, because Saturday night, 6:00 in the state of Minnesota, you were watching television when the AWA hit it. Vern Gagne, very, very famous wrestler. Greg Gagne, his son's a good friend of mine. But every Saturday night, Coach, I'm telling you, we used to sit down with maybe a 12-pack of beer, 6:00 at night, and we'd watch wrestling. And then, of course, by the time it was over, we had a few. So then we started wrestling. What do you think?
That seems to be the natural progression for most.
It is, isn't it? I saw it.
It's so fun to watch. You just feel like you have to do it.
It is such a great sport. There's no question. Do you know who decided I mean, because there's wrestling, and by the way, obviously, like college wrestlers, very, very talented people, no question. But how did wrestling get to the point, professional wrestling get to the point where it's not only great athletes, but they're very entertaining great athletes? How did they achieve that?
I think it's a matter of, I think the great thing about wrestling and probably how it became what it is today is really just the involvement of the crowd, because every sport that you watch has a level of entertainment, but wrestling, we really love getting the encouragement from the crowd and hearing, support for us, or even just laughing at them booing the other opponent, your opponent.
Right.
So I think what's great is the connection that the wrestlers have with the crowd and the audience. And wrestling fans are unlike any other. So
no, there's no question about it. Now, were you aware of Hawk and Animal, the professional wrestlers out of Minnesota, very, very big name tag team wrestlers? Did you know them? It might have been a bit before your time, maybe.
They're not coming to mind off the top of my head.
One time we were down on a trip. Hawk and I used to go on trips all the time to go golfing, or he'd do appearances, and I had to be like Orlando was one of those spots. One night we're all getting together at the hotel. We're having a cocktail or two, Coach. I'll be honest with you. And he said, "Tommy, I got to show you something," because they all talk like this anyway. Every one of them talk like this. But he goes, "Tommy, I got to show you something." I said, "Okay." He goes, "I'm going to punch you in the face and I'm going to knock you out, only you won't get knocked out." He literally wound up, punched me on the cheek. It sounded really loud and it didn't hurt at all. How do they do that?
Oh, okay. So now Road Warriors, of course.
There you go. Absolutely.
Yes. I think the great thing, something that is really underrated about wrestlers is not just it's not just brute force, but it's also an incredible amount of strength and control and technique that you can deliver the exact amount of force and exertion that you want to. So if you need to bring your opponent down to the mat, you can. And if you need to keep going at them to make sure that they'll stay down for that 3 count, you can.
No question. Coach, I know you got to go, and it's been great talking, but I'll close with this. Animal, the other half of the Road Warriors, and I used to lift weights a lot together. And a guy comes up to me and goes, "Hey, Tommy, do you know if Animal's coming in today?" I said, "Yeah, he's going to be here in about 10 minutes. He goes, "Oh, God, I just benched 300 pounds for the first time ever, and I can't wait to tell him." I said, "Yeah, that's great." Just then, Animal walks through the front door, and the guy runs up and he goes, Animal, I'm so excited. I just benched 300 pounds. There was a long pause. He goes, "Ooh."
Took the wind right out of his sail.
He just kind of did. I knew you'd love that one, Coach. Coach, you got to come back. And do you go on tour? You travel from city to city once in a while?
Not currently, but we do have some live events in LA coming up in December,
Okay.
the 11th to 14th. So if you ever want to come to LA.
God, I would love to. We'll sit down and you could threaten me. It'd be wonderful.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, my dear. Have a good day. Thank you, Coach.
You're welcome.
Coach Campanelli, ladies and gentlemen, new season of Women of Wrestling. That was so much fun back in my 20s, 30s, that whole era when I was hanging out with all those professional wrestlers, because first of all, there would be stupid bastards at bars. You'd go to a bar and a guy would come up and start a fight.
Right.
It's like, why would you start a fight with a guy who's 15 times bigger than you?
Well, because people go, wrestling's not real.
Oh.
So
yeah.
You can't really fight. And then they find out the hard way.
I'm here to tell you they can really fight. I'm just pointing it out to you. That's all I'm saying.
I'm stuck on here. She was saying that she's got her own spirit squad, her spirit team, and she's holding a global tryout. I think we should send Brittany out to California.
Oh, Brittany, professional wrestler Brittany.
That would be the meanest thing you guys can do. throw their bodies and hurt themselves in a way I am not ready for. That as soon as she said it and AJ's eyes lit up, I was like, "Don't you say anything."
I was like, "Step in, throw your hat in the ring," and she's like, "No,
Brittany, it's for the show. We need content for YouTube, for Instagram. Yeah.
I don't even like if I like miss a step and I like hit my toe in a weird way, and then the next day I'm like, oh, I can't imagine being like, I'm gonna throw my body off of this and land on someone.
Okay, do this for me, just very quickly. Ready?
Yeah.
Saturday night at the St. Paul Auditorium.
Saturday night at the St. Paul Auditorium. Be there.
See, you could do it, brother. Listen, brother. Everybody was your brother. There's no doubt about it.
And that's
Listen.
Honestly, God, one time when Manny's used to be over there on Nicollet Avenue and like 13th before it moved further down.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine and I were having dinner with Hawk of the Road Warriors. And they were arguing over whether Mike Tyson had raped that woman. Remember, she accused him of raping her. And Catherine and Hawk are arguing about did he do it? Did he not do it? And Catherine didn't care one way or the other. She knew he didn't rape the woman or whatever, but she just kept challenging Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
And he go, let me just tell you something that never happened. They're trying to set the guy up. It's unbelievable. Catherine, no, I'm telling you, I'm sure it happened. There's no question about it. It's typical of you guys. What do you mean, you guys? Well, you're professional wrestlers, boxers, whatever. You guys are all the same. Hawkster goes, what? Reaches down, takes out this sock he carried with a bunch of coins in it. In case anybody messed with him, he hit him with it. Hit himself over the head in the restaurant, and the coins went everywhere.
He knocked his own Sonic coins out.
I'm sorry. This whole story is insane. Everything about the story is unhinged. I can't imagine somebody getting in my car and like also dragging along their sock.
Oh, he always had it.
But like, how wild is that? Like, where can I put this sock full of coins? I don't know.
Like, he leaves the house. He's like, all right, wallet, keys, coin sock.
Coin
all right,
sock.
sweet. Let's head on out.
Right. God, that was so much
He
fun.
does like the lighter pat down.
Yeah.
Like, where's my coin sock again?
Left it in my room.
I tell you honestly, I do miss they're all dead now. Every one of them is dead now. Well, not Greg Gagne's still alive. Very few are still alive.
Yeah.
They all died very young.
The wrestling community was a lot like the rock star community.
Yeah,
where
it
it's a
was.
lot of drug use, a lot of steroids for
Yep.
wrestlers. It doesn't lead to long lives.
You can't even argue that point because that's exactly what happened. It's really unfortunate that is the case, but seriously, to go lifting weights with those guys, because you get there and you'd be doing your curls, and then they'd come on and put about an extra 200 pounds on to it.
Yeah, they
Like, whoa.
they do the you're done maxing out. All right, cool. I'm gonna start warming up now. Like, yeah. Lift the house.
God, that was fun. The gym out in Plymouth, it's no longer there, but as a matter of fact, when Animal died, I talked to the former owner, just a great guy. We had it was so much fun. But when you walked into a bar with about 4 or 5 of those guys, it did draw attention. I will tell you that.
Yep. A lot of people, I assume, look at them as the trophy, especially smaller people. Oh, you think you're big? I'll come show you how big you think you are. And then it doesn't end. Yeah, it doesn't end well.
Every time somebody would try to start a little tussle, and then eventually they asked me to be kind of like the arbiter of the whole deal. So I'm not going to go over there and talk to him, Tommy. You go talk to him and tell him I'll kill him. I said, okay, I'll go and tell him you'll kill him. Now, it was just a different world. It was fun. That was one part of this job, because I met those guys through the KQ Morning Show when it first started.
Mm-hmm.
It was so much fun to just go hang out with those guys. It didn't always end well, though, because there were always some guy had one too many, and he's going to take on one of the Road Warriors. And like, oh, God. Sir, this is not a good idea.
No. And you get the people that are on the other side where I know I'm going to lose this fight, but how cool would it be to say that I got knocked out in a bar fight by the Road Warriors?
She was great. Coach Campanelli. I got to have her back. She was, did you see her picture?
Yep.
Look at that. She's got this picture like, I'll kick your ass. I'm just here.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she's going to say anything nice to you.
No, she does not. I mean, she's got a rather stern look on her face, I guess is the best way to put it. But man, I'm loving the the interviews this week have been terrific. I mean, you started with Sherry Shepherd. She was unbelievable.
Oh, Sherry's the best.
Honest to God. Yesterday, when he started,
Spencer Haywood
started doing his impressions. Doing Michael Jackson. I just love those kind of interviews. I just get into it. I love interviewing people anyway. Always have. Even when I was a little kid, I used to talk to people like an interview.
Mm-hmm.
I just love that whole deal. You find a lot more doing that kind of stuff. Okay, we brought this up, or I brought it up to everybody, I guess, God, maybe a couple hours ago. Kmart has pulled their Merry Hammas. You know what a Merry Hammas is?
I'm not sure I know what you're saying right now.
Instead of Merry Christmas, it's a ham for Christmas. So they call it Merry Hammas.
Okay.
But I think there's a chance that Tevin had it right. Hamas.
Yeah.
And it's ham space Moss.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's an Australian store because I was.
Oh, it's Australian? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it was an Australian store. Pulls a Christmas bag. Let's see.
That's got to be it.
It's what it is.
Look at the big brand on Tevin.
Guys, I'm just here to educate the people.
Boy, we're in luck then.
Yeah, well, there's one. You get one a week. I'm good for one a week. But yeah, it looks like it was a Christmas bag.
Yep.
That said Merry Hammas on it. They pulled it after a lot of criticism from a Jewish group. It was a drawstring bag used in the store to store a Christmas ham in the refrigerator.
There you go. And by the way, they politely suggested they nix them. Did you see that? They didn't yell. They politely suggested, the Jewish group suggested they pull the Hamas bags.
Yeah. And I wonder if they used this in the past or if it was just something they did this week.
I don't know. It says the group admitted they didn't think it was intentional, but even that it's potentially funny. But they also said it's, quote, not really a good look. I do think, honestly, that people are getting a little too sensitive. Hamas.
Yeah.
And Hamas. I mean, what are you going to do?
I think it's insanely silly, like them going, well, that could be. At the same time, who's buying a ham bag? Like how many people is affected by this?
I don't even know what that is.
Right. All it is the bag that you put your ham, which is already in a bag, into.
Yeah, like I would never go, if I'm defrosting a ham or whatever I'm doing with the ham, I would never be like, where is the specific bag for the ham, Justin? Yeah. Like,
you're
four
just
people
going through drawers, like throwing stuff. I can't find the ham bag.
Hey, call Gelfand right now and ask him if it's okay if I say to Brittany today, I can't really see. Are you wearing a ring or anything today?
No, I'm not.
Well, you're not wearing anything.
2 days in a row.
Well, you got a watch on.
I have a watch on.
Is that considered jewelry?
Oh, no.
See?
Can't have any of that.
Jewelry.
Well,
it's got to stop.
I was scrolling through the Babylon Bee.
Oh, no. I love the Babylon Bee.
It was saying, like, one of the headlines was Harvard installs Jew detectors outside their campus.
Oh, my God. Well, Harvard is Harvard one of those colleges that gets tons of money from the Middle East because billions of dollars are being, and have been for a long time, being donated to colleges in America. And look at the effect it's having. Because as we, or at least I say, and I think you guys agree most of the time, it's always about money. Always. Every damn war in history has been about money.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting. You know what I mean?
It's gross.
It's gross. It's gross. You're absolutely right. All right, I got to change my ham mas. Hammas? Is that what it said? A ham bag. First of all, I have to agree with Brittany. What the hell is a ham bag? I never even heard of it.
I feel like if you're having ham for Thanksgiving too, you're asking for trouble. You know?
Yeah.
I thought it was a turkey.
Well, no, this would have been for Christmas. It's got Christmas.
It's ham
it's got
mas.
Christmas.
It's a mas from Christmas.
Why are these?
That would be a Hamsgiving, AJ. Don't be ridiculous.
Hamsgiving, yeah.
Well, AJ, I'll be honest with you. Christmas started very early this year. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah. If you go into Target right now, they're blasting
Christmas
music.
Oh, yeah.
Can I be hypocritical? Not hypocritical. Can I share?
Controversial?
Hypercritical.
I'm really sick of the Mariah Carey song.
Which one is that?
The one that starts on August 3rd every year.
Can you mute your own mic? Thank you. I'm not going to stand for this slander.
I can't believe we let him on the show. That is insane.
No.
Can we vote AJ out? Is that acceptable on this show? I'm with you, Tevin.
I'm sick of it in the sense where it's like, she has a whole thing. It's like she sits on it every year, and then as soon as Halloween is done, it's like, hey, it's my time to make. No, we have more holidays than just that.
No,
like we got to get past Thanksgiving, and then that's your time. Then it's your time. But I don't want to see it.
You're right.
I'll agree with you on that. I'm if you wait till after Thanksgiving,
how about
to
even
play
the week
it,
of?
That's fine.
The week
of?
No.
Whoa, we're gonna need to break out All I Want for Christmas earlier than that. Right. But I will say she did cross a line. Was it last year or 2 years ago where she tried to trademark Queen of Christmas?
Oh God.
And I thought to myself, all those grandmas that probably have like sweaters made that say like Queen of Christmas then are like, oh, can I still wear this for trademark reasons? Like, you can't be the Queen of Christmas. I'm sorry.
No.
She can, but you don't get to trademark that. Like, you can call yourself that if you want.
Yeah.
But yeah, every year after Thanksgiving,
then it's fine.
Or even after Halloween, if you want to say, Mariah Carey rises like a phoenix out of the ashes to sing
All I Want for Christmas.
I'm looking forward to when she's like 80 and still performing that, and it sounds terrible. And then
I'll go.
Such a hater.
I'm going to start a dialogue.
You're on your own. You're on an island, sir.
Yeah,
and just wait. That's all it is. Just wait until after Thanksgiving, and then you're fine.
And her voice is already. I mean, she's getting up there in age a little bit, and it's not the same as it once was, but I don't care. That's why we got Spotify and recorded songs. We can listen to them like they're brand new. I will listen to that song approximately 1,000 times between now and Christmas Day.
Did you not work in retail?
I did, but not heavily. And that doesn't matter. I would have loved that.
AJ, we might have a solution for you. So
lay it on me.
Barry Manilow just did a recording of a cover of it, and he put that out this year, and it is rising through the charts because people really like it. Now, vocals can't compare them.
No.
But it's got something. It's got its own little something. I think we need to listen to it at some point.
Yeah. Okay. And if you're going to go anti-Christmas song, the obvious choice is the Christmas Shoes one.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
That one
so
can go
sad.
away.
No, you know what, Brittany, you're going to love this. Back when I was in high school and I was working at this hockey shop, we would work on Christmas Eve. Like, we'd be open the first half of the day or whatever. For like 3 years in a row, we would play Taylor Swift's rendition of, oh God, All I Want for, no, it's not all, some Taylor Swift Christmas song.
Yeah.
That song on repeat the entire day.
Oh, you'd go crazy.
We did the math. It was like 80 something times throughout the day from open to close. But
that's too much.
Like, we would tune it out, but then it was a sense like you could see the people like realizing they're in there shopping for sticks or getting their skates sharpened. And it's like, is this the same song for the 6th time in a row? What is happening?
All I know is, I'll have a balloon. You got to go, Christmas without you. I love Blue Christmas. That's a great song. You like Blue Christmas?
Yeah, you can keep it.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Taylor Swift.
Tom, I like Blue Christmas. Also, if you do work retail, there is a certain kind of hell after Thanksgiving because we used to listen to like Michael Bublé on repeat of all of his like Christmas covers. And then like Santa Baby, you kind of realize how dirty it is when you're like trying to casually sell someone shoes and it's like, you're like, I'm so sorry. This is
that
happening.
Eartha Kitt?
Yes.
I think it is.
Good.
Last Christmas.
The Chipmunk.
Last Christmas. That was the Taylor Swift version.
Yeah. Well, is last or not last Christmas? That's a great song, regardless if it's Taylor's version or not. What's the song that the Minnesota couple did the PC version of?
I remember that. Yeah,
where it's say you won't go. I really must stay.
So I was
Maybe
working.
It's cold
outside.
I was working at a restaurant, and that song had just come out, and I was standing at the host stand venting about how stupid it was to make a PC version of this song. And I'm like,
and I was in the store.
I was just going off the deep end. Like, these are the worst people ever. Like, just mind your business. Like, leave the Christmas song alone type of thing. And it wasn't the people that wrote the song, but it was like their niece or their cousin or something like that was one of my employees that I was like saying this to. And they're like, that's like my uncle. And I was there when they recorded the song. And I was like, well, I'm just going to go apply on Indeed for other jobs now. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
But I stand by what I said.
Hey, you guys want to go work for Sirius XM?
Sure.
No.
They've been calling me like 3 times a day for Christ's
Trying to
sake.
poach us.
Here's their number. You can call them right now.
Perfect.
I don't know. There are many, many great Christmas songs that I love. There's no question about it.
Yeah. And they all sound equally terrible outside of the Christmas season.
Yeah.
Like I don't,
Yeah,
after
I
Christmas is
understand.
over, I don't want to hear them anymore. But during Christmas, play
Not
them on
even New
repeat.
Year's? Can't even go that far?
No, I'm not. I'll leave my Christmas decorations up until I get enough emotional and physical drive to tear them down. But after Christmas, I'm like, we can keep it pushing.
When Christmas is near, you got to love that one.
All
Little
right.
boys and little girls.
I'm not sure I know that one.
one. Oh,
it's so good. I didn't know the name of it till you sang it, but yeah.
oh, it's so fun. You got to play a little bit of it. It's so incredibly beautiful. It's Brooks Benton, isn't it? Brooke Benton, I mean.
What's it called?
This Christmas, I think it is. I think it's called, or this time, when Christmas is near. It's I can't remember that, but it's Brooke Benton that sang it. Little boys and little girls.
And it's really, Christmas music is just the same 15 songs sung by a million different artists.
That's pretty much
really when you
true,
boil
yes.
it all down.
You having any luck? This time of year, when Christmas
It's
is
this time of
near.
year.
Yeah, I know that song.
Oh God,
Yeah.
it's a great. He kills that song. Here we go.
Nope. Sorry, we got to.
Different one.
YouTube's trying to pay the bills here. One sec.
You got an ad.
YouTube's trying to pay the bills.
Damn ads.
You want to run the ads first while you're looking for it? Oh,
Is this the one?
I believe so. Yep, this is it. Ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
Little girls
It's beautiful.
and little boys
I'm not sure I've ever heard this.
dream of
Worlds full of toys. This time of the year.
this time of the year.
I didn't know I recorded this.
When Christmas
That's getting me thinking. We should almost get a Tom Bernard like Christmas.
Get the
CD.
Christmas album going.
Christmas album.
Okay, you guys, you might have to pull up the Barry Manilow one because I think that Tom could do the All I Want for Christmas Barry Manilow better than Barry Manilow.
Yeah, there you go. But Brooke Benton killed that. So do we have the rights to play the whole song, or do you have
Probably
to
not.
pay for it?
No, absolutely not.
Can you believe that? I'm trying to promote their song, and I got to pay for it.
And I just decided this right now, but for leading up to Christmas, when we have shows, I'm wearing a onesie. I have Christmas onesies that like light up, reindeer.
You gotta do it.
I'm wearing them all week.
Okay, one last, because we got to go to break here because Tim Lambert's
Brittany,
coming
don't
up.
make a
But could
face.
you do me a favor? Would you play just the last 20 seconds of the song? Because that man hits a note that about 3 people can hit. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
The very ending of the song is amazing. It's just incredibly, incredibly good. Oh, it's when he's still singing though. It's just before that.
is near.
Yeah, baby. Okay, try to hit that note.
Is near.
No, swing
It
and
wasn't
miss.
bad, actually.
Not the worst thing you've ever heard.
Is near.
That's cheating. You're way too high. You got to get down here like this. Brooks Benton. Brooks Benton. I keep calling him Brooks because of Brooks Robinson just died.
I was say Brooks and Dunn.
Well, how long? Brooks Robinson did die, didn't he?
Yeah, like maybe a month or two ago.
Damn it. I loved him. The Cone.
Greatest third baseman ever.
Of all time. You're absolutely right. I'm way behind here because we've got Tim Lambert's coming up in just a couple seconds. We shall be right back right after this.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Bernard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. Get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. Our crew, because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Ladies and gentlemen, 9:54 now to 6 minutes until 10 o'clock. Tim Lammer is brought to you by Michael Bryant, Bradshaw and Bryant. Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyer seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. You know what? Tim Lammers is near. What do you think?
Well, I am near because my birthday is Christmas. You know that, Tom.
December 25th.
That's right,
Elf
baby.
was born.
Yes.
Did you like having your birthday on Christmas, or do you like having your birthday on Christmas?
First of all, my mom, she had me celebrate it with my brother, who was born on December 11th, one of my older brothers. And so I never really felt like I was getting, the same present for Christmas and birthday. And the other thing is, you look at the bright side. It's like how many people have their entire family that they see on your birthday.
It's true.
When you get older. I mean, not too many. So that's definitely the case for me. But I put in a little chat when I checked in that my favorite modern Christmas song that I don't think a lot of people have heard is from Harry Connick Jr. It's called When My Heart Finds Christmas. I actually put the link in there. Ooh. He sounds exactly like Sinatra. He's the chairman of the board, baby. I mean, Harry Connick is so terrific. And this has a big band sound. It's really an emotional song, a great Christmas song that you haven't heard 1,000 times while having people try on shoes in a department store, Brittany. I was listening, and I can imagine that feeling. That must drive you crazy.
Oh, it's and then it's like you go back and forth where you don't hear it anymore because you've heard it so many times to hearing it, and then it's like all of a sudden it'll come full swing and you'll like it again, and you just go a little insane. Tim, your mom was really good at making sure you felt special. And that's really sweet.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And she told me a story about when she found her little Timmy under the Christmas tree on Christmas Day.
Oh,
and there's a box. There were 2 eyes for the holes. I don't know how I breathed in the box.
Don't worry about it.
But what a wonderful story. Yeah. And I lost her close to 30 years ago. So yeah, I think about that story. I tell that story every Christmas, in fact. So yeah, it's a pretty special deal for me. So, but good morning, of course, Brittany, Tevin, Officer Dave,
Mr. Lammers, how are you?
I'm good, and Andy and Tommy. Tommy, I've been trying to avoid talking about the Marvels.
Ish. Ugh. When are they going to stop?
Well, I told you this on the podcast Tuesday, the family podcast, that when I started doing reviews with you, Tom, and it's going 9-10 years, whatever, I used to get really, really hyped about these movies, and I never thought within that span, I'm trying to think when things started to erode. I'm thinking probably after the Avengers Endgame.
I would agree
That's
with
when
that.
most people
Yep.
say it gets much.
Yeah. Now there have been little flashes of brightness. I loved it just because I love Sam Raimi, but he brought this horror film feeling to Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and that's really a rare exception. But with this one, you already have somebody that I'm not particularly fond of as a superhero. I thought her performance in the Marvels was terrible. I'm talking about Brie Larson. She's one step above, barely, Tom, Kristen Stewart.
Yeah, they fill the same niche. Yeah, where it's
that whole mopey thing just does not work for me, and I've never gotten the fascination. So I will say that she isn't the exact. She's the lead, obviously. She's the top build, but you have Tiana Paris, who was Monica Rambeau on WandaVision. And the character was a little kid in the first Captain Marvel movie. And then you have, I'm looking up her name here, can't exactly find it. Oh, Iman Vellani as Miss Marvel. And that was a Disney Plus TV series. So you have the three of them together. And right away, you start with this convoluted plot about every time they use their powers, they teleport to each other's locations. It's kind of confusing. But ultimately, the Kree, which is the enemy alien race in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they have a new leader who wants to wipe out the Skrull race. And she wants to get even with Captain Marvel. And she wants to harness the power of Earth's sun to save her dying planet. The atmosphere is dying on her planet. So that's the boilerplate description of the film. But you really get to the point where you realize, you know what? This is just the same crash, boom, bang.
Yep.
The same, manic action scenes that look like video games. You have the forced humor. They throw these jokes. They don't ever try to be funny.
Yeah,
they try to be funny.
That like relatable, awkward, kind of thing that they do every time.
And
that just happened. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then they have that look on the face, like,
yep,
like that's our cue to laugh right there.
The exchange glance.
And so Brie Larson, although she does manage to squeeze out one tear, bring on the eye drops. I don't know if she's capable of that. I'm not a fan of hers at all.
Most people aren't.
Comes off as so smug.
Ugh.
And I will tell you, okay, I'm just gonna bring it out. Look, she was great in Room. She won an Oscar for Room. Look, if they really deliver any sort of baggage that I have, I'm willing to put it aside. I'm an objective movie reviewer, Tom. But she did this speech, obviously to pander to people. But she says, "I don't need some old white dude reviewing my movie."
Oh God!
Boy.
Come on, man. And you know what? That pissed off a lot of Marvel fanboys.
Good.
So she really just knocked it out of the park first time at bat, and so, yeah, it's hard to get behind somebody like that. And then, of course, when they bring it up, some people that are ballsy enough, because you got all these sycophants that won't say a damn thing.
Like
You're right, Brie. No, but then you have some that'll call her out on it. It's like, what did I say that? But, what a bunch of bullshit. So
I agree.
Anyway, yeah.
So I have a question, Tevin. How many times have you said something like that? We don't need any white guys on the podcast.
I usually wake up every morning and as I'm brushing my teeth, it's just what I mumble to myself.
Especially on Fridays when I come in.
I was like, and then we got the police that just show up all the time. Yeah.
Honestly, and I'm not trying to, I've had a great career. I'm not whining, but I will also tell you, Brie, that I cannot say how many years, and I mean years, in one capacity or another, I worked for free to get where I am.
Oh yeah,
it hasn't been sunshine and lollipops the whole way, man. It's been tough. So to kind of put me in this blanket statement, because I am an old white dude, look, my beard, bald. Yes, I'm old. I'm a white dude. I qualify. Where's my badge?
Right.
It just, come on, just shut up and act.
Right. The reason nobody wants to see your movie is not because they're an old white man is reviewing it. Maybe they're just tired of Marvel movies.
And let's be honest, whoever even listens to these old white men anyway? Nobody listens to critics.
I
Not
know.
anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
So, look, they try. They really try, but Marvel just need to dial it back for a while. They need to find a creative spark. And this is disappointing because a report surfaced last week about how Disney is in trouble, how Marvel is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And one of their ideas, how ingenious, is to bring back Robert Downey Jr. and Scarlett Johansson, who both died in Avengers Endgame.
Other than that, though.
Yep.
They'll find a way. I mean,
Well,
this whole multiverse thing, yeah.
Minor spoilers for people who aren't up on everything, but they basically already did that for Guardians Part 3.
Yeah.
The Green Lady died in Endgame, and now she's back. But they hand wave it. They're vague about it. They're like, oh, it's not the same. You look the same, but you're not the same. But I mean, she's the same. It's the same actress. It's the same character. They pretty much act the same.
And I mean, that's like kind of the go-to for Marvel or any superhero movie is the movie ends with some big explosion. You think everybody dies, but just wait. There was a net and they climbed into this tunnel and now everybody's still alive.
Well, not to mention, how many characters do they have at this point that can just open up a doorway into another universe?
Yeah, and they
pluck
really
any number of Robert Downey Jr.'s from any of those universes.
And they do it here, and I'm not going to tell you how, but there is a scene at the end credits, and then another one like the mid end credits, where they again open that door, and it's embarrassing how bad they have a CGI character that looks like it's from the 90s.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing Marvel has ever done. It's embarrassing. But here's where Marvel runs into problems. They think, if we get Downey back, if we get Scarlett Johansson back, and there was an issue with Scarlett's Black Widow prequel movie coming out during the pandemic where she thought she should have been paid more and they settled it, whatever. You think they're going to come back and do this for free? No, they're not. And the big problem with these movies right now is that they cost $200-300 million
minimum.
And it's impossible to break even on them. So they think, okay, this is going to solve our problem. Robert Downey Jr. will come back, but we're going to have to pay him $50 million to do it. Part of the back end probably too. So it's going to take forever for them to clear it. So, I mean, it's just like, you got to stop, take a step back, breathe, and try again, and start. How about try a smaller budgeted movie?
I know it would be nice to go back to something that didn't cost the GDP of a large city to produce.
Just talking some small countries around the planet. Yeah,
for real.
Yeah, really, seriously. So, yeah, I Lammer Hammer time on this one. I'll give it a 3.5 out of 10 on the Lammer meter. It's just enough.
Yeah,
and don't think I'm picking on Captain Marvel because of Brie Larson. I've been slamming Marvel movies for a while now. It's nothing new, and that's the problem. It's nothing new. It's just the same old. So I don't know if I've discouraged. I know I discouraged Tommy from seeing it, but is anybody else?
I've never ever liked
anybody else going to ignore the old white dude and go anyway?
Yeah, I only listen to melanated movie reviewers. So
unbelievable.
I've been over Marvel probably since Endgame, where it just feels like now it's just too much. I think really what happened is I missed one movie. Then I was like, I'm so far out of the loop now that it's not.
And that's a great point, Tevin. It is really tough if you didn't see the Miss Marvel series, or if you didn't see WandaVision. You're coming into this cold, and it's like, well, who the hell are these characters? Now, I did happen to see the series, and though, I mean, it's getting to the point where they're dropping off. I haven't started Loki season 2 yet.
Yeah, you're going to be confused.
Yeah, is that confusing?
Oh my gosh, it's like, huh?
Yeah. So even that stuff. So you have to be confused in order to go to a movie where you're going to be more confused. I mean,
it's just such of a mishmash at this point. But the thing is that they opened the door. They committed themselves to at least 2 more movies with these end credit scenes. That's what Marvel does. And it used to work, and it used to get people excited, but not anymore. At least me, and it sounds like Tevin at least, so and Dave, and Andy and Brittany, everybody.
If you really
everybody.
If you want to watch a really good Brie Larson show, like if you want to see her acting where I think she's really casted well, is Lessons in Chemistry on Apple TV. She's amazing in it.
Yeah. She said something really stupid and it pissed me off. And the fact of the matter is, if she would have done a great job in Captain Marvel, I would be on her side. I mean, it's happened before. How many times have we bitched about Alec Baldwin being such of a huge pain in the ass? But when you see him in a movie or a TV show, it's like, this guy kicks ass. So I am willing to separate that sort of thing. Yeah. So it's not, Tim's just got a grudge now. No, not at all. I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, I even warmed up for Channing Tatum for a minute. And then
Tatum.
Yeah. For a minute. And that dog movie he did, the military dog movie, which is good.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in another movie with Michael B. Jordan about Michael B. Jordan was a lawyer down south?
Oh, yeah. What was it called? Just Cause, maybe?
I thought she was fairly decent in that one, but
yeah. So again, you're only as good as your script. And some people just kind of look at like they're bored in these movie roles, and that's definitely the case in every Marvel thing she's done. In this one, she doesn't really fare much better. So one thing I would suggest, though, on Netflix, if you saw the Arnold Schwarzenegger docu-series, it was 3 hours of one focused on his
bodybuilding career.
Yeah, bodybuilding. The next one was the movies. The next one was politics. This one's a lot shorter. It's only an hour and a half. Sly. It's a documentary about Sylvester Stallone, and it is terrific. That guy is great. I love Sylvester Stallone.
What?
So somebody needs to tell Alex about this documentary, because Sly, that's her BFF from Florida.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. That picture of him, he looks like he's about 12 years old or something. The picture on the promo. Have you seen that Sly Stallone deal?
No. Well, what you mean, the poster or something, or the?
There's a picture of him. They're promoting it on television. There's a picture of him. He looks to be about maybe 12, 15, 14 years old.
Yeah. It goes back to his childhood, and kind of a rough deal. He was with his father, his brother Frank, which I know you've talked to Frank a number of times.
A number of times, yeah.
Went with his mother, but no, it was not easy. And the guy, he earned his keep. That guy really did come up the ranks, and Stallone realized that they weren't going to hire him. He'd have to write his own stories and his own screenplays. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
He cast himself, essentially. But I have to tell you, I cannot wait for Tulsa King season 2. That's coming out, because Tulsa King season 1, if you're not interested in any other Sly Stallone pictures or TV show, I think this might be his first TV show. Tulsa King is terrific. And Officer Dave, unless you've already heard, Reachers season 2 coming back on December 15th.
I'm good. I'm there.
Love it.
Great shows. But Stallone, look, man, guy's 78 in the series in Tulsa King. His lover in it said, well, I don't know, I think you're 58? Try 20 years older than that. You should say the dude is put together at 78, man.
Yeah, he is, no question.
And as funny as he's ever been. I mean, truly funny, not trying to be funny, just naturally funny. So if you haven't seen it yet before season 2 comes out, Tulsa King. But again, you can get a good swath of his career with Stallone. I could have used for more than an hour and a half, but Sly, I guess, is the name of the documentary on Netflix.
It is, yeah. When is Tulsa King coming back?
There is a season 2. I haven't gotten word yet, or like they would contact me, but I haven't read or heard yet. Okay. But I just read about Reacher just a couple days ago. So that we already knew that was done, though, and in the can. I think they were probably waiting on the outcome of the strike and getting back, because they need Alan Ritchson, I think, to help sell that series. Because I don't know how many people have discovered it, but it is a great series.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah,
indeed. All right.
Well, that's all I have. Everybody have a great weekend, and give Tom that Harry Connick Jr. link, Andy or Tevin or Brittany, and check out that Christmas tune. It is a great tune, and it'll put you in the mood for Christmas.
Well, I'm ready to go, man. Thank you, Pally.
All right, have a great weekend, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, Timmy Lammer is brought to you by Michael Bryant, Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. Timmy Lammer is brought to you by Michael Bryant. We'll take we got to read this. Absolutely. Now we're talking. The Eagles are at XL Energy Center on their farewell tour on Saturday, November 18th. And you can see them with me in my suite. Catherine will be there too. To enter, just go to Tom Barnard app or the website at TomBarnardShow.com. Listen for your name to be announced each day at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10. Email us back by midnight at contest@TomBarnardShow.com, and you win. Today's qualifier for the Eagles with me in my suite is Robert Simonson of Maple Grove. Robert Simonson, email us by midnight tonight at contest@TomBarnardShow.com. Winner from yesterday, Renee Turgeon of Richfield. She texted us back during the show yesterday. That was phenomenal. Renee Turgeon, Richfield, emails back. Will join me in the suite to see the Eagles at XL. That's on Saturday, November 18th. So today, Robert Simonson of Maple Grove. Robert Simonson, email us by midnight tonight at contest@TomBarnardShow.com. We'll take a break. Be right back in a couple of minutes. Some other media person. What's her name again? I forget.
Crisco Burnt.
Crisco Burnt. That's exactly what it is. We'll be right back.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at TomBarnardShow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you. Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw and Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bialke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. I just got a text message from Kentucky that said, could you spell the last name of the contest winner, please? Not the one for today, but from yesterday. You're talking about Turgeon, Renee, Turgeon. That's the one you're talking about. Oh, and the other one today is Robert Simonson, but it could be Simonson, of course, because it's Simenson. Robert Simonson or Simonson, and Renee Turgeon did win yesterday. It's Turgeon. That'd be Turgeon, wouldn't it?
I would think so. Sturgeon without the S.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. So I imagine that's what it is. So thanks for listening in Kentucky. That's all I have to say. I appreciate it immensely. Right?
Yep.
And thanks for listening in Los Angeles, California, and being KB2.
KB2. I am here.
What's up, sister?
Not much. Good to see Officer Dave. I don't have my mom here to flirt with you this week.
Well, can't have it every day.
She got very excited over Officer Dave.
Oh God!
Wow.
Is your dad a big guy?
My dad is not. He's tall, lean. He was a runner, so. But my mom's not married to my dad anyway, so.
Well, ixnay amte.
Yeah, but my mom lives with her boyfriend, so yeah, I know. That's why I was like, hey, Mike better watch out.
Yeah, there's a little
Dave's in the house.
let that happen up here. So
there you go. So Kristyn, we were just talking about Marvel movies, and everybody in the show hates them. So what do you think of that?
Particularly the Marvels, which
is going to tank this weekend because it got no promotion. And I mean, the timing of it, these are the movies. Anything that's coming out this weekend is super bummed because they're not going to benefit from any of the actors being able to promote it, do a red carpet, any type of situation. And Disney is in a lot of trouble right now. They've had to move their schedule. As of yesterday, they were moving around Captain America and Deadpool because even though a lot of these are going back to set within the next 2 weeks and getting everyone together, they can't make their original timeline. So everything's being pushed back, a lot of it to 2025.
Why are there so many superhero movies? Like when I was a kid, you had Superman and Batman, and that was about it.
Oh, you had a billion of them. You just never heard of them. And most of them were completely stupid.
And they were all the graphic novels. They weren't.
Oh, they were.
Know, you didn't have George Reeves playing Superman and Adam West playing Batman.
So. Oh yeah, no. In the very early days, it was definitely an enthusiast kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I feel
and of course, when a studio sees that there's money to be made, they of course go ahead and go, "Oh my gosh, we have this whole universe ahead of us."
Yeah.
But they went and expanded way too fast, crossed over into TV, and intertwined all the storylines that for the average viewer, having to watch 3 TV shows, 5 movies. That's way too complicated. I mean, for me, I'd rather just follow Iron Man with Robert Downey Jr. and call it a day.
Yeah, I understand that. I do understand. So what's new in your world? Anything good coming out I should know about?
I've been following today Robert De Niro's lawsuit.
What?
He has to pay his former personal assistant $1.2 million for gender discrimination.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, it turns out that he wasn't paying his male and female assistants the same amount of money for the same amount of work. And he also admitted that he was not physically abusive, but would be disparaging toward his female assistant compared to his male assistant.
Oh, shut up, Brittany.
I was actually looking up, like, technically, can I get a lawyer at this point? Or
we now have it on camera, so
yeah, exactly.
Fine.
But I feel like this feels like right on point for Robert De Niro. I mean, I feel like he would be curmudgeonly and grumpy and hard to work with. He did pay her generously. He's like, I elevated her to vice president. She was making $300,000. She stole frequent flyer points from me. Like he was trying everything, and he had his girlfriend even sort of like tag team, and the two of them testified against the former personal assistant, but the jury said, nope, this is pretty credible. And Robert De Niro, if you read some of his testimony, he was pretty grumpy on the stand too. It was tumultuous.
Doesn't surprise me at all. He lived a few blocks from me when I lived in New York, and I didn't spend any time talking to him, but I was around him a couple of times. He is not a nice person.
He's one of the hardest people to interview. And that, reporters always, you would think that Robert De Niro, like being able to interview him, you'd be like, this is a bucket list item.
Yeah.
but you actually have to formulate questions that you know for sure are open-ended and he can answer more than yes or no, because if you back yourself into that corner, you're going to get a yes and then silence, or a no and then silence. You
That's
have
exactly
to
right.
find a question that he's going to have to expand upon.
He still live down on Houston Street or just off Houston?
Yeah,
That's
he's in
where
the
he lived.
Tribeca area.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yep.
Yeah, I see him once in a while. Like I said, I never talked to him, never even made contact with him, but I could just watch him. I watched him. He was not very nice to people.
No, he's not. And it's such a bummer too, because you can enjoy his acting and his movies. And then when you have the opportunity to interview him, it's usually a disappointment. And that's the hard thing. Like, I find that like some of the A+ list actors really know how to be a movie star. George Clooney knows how to be a movie star. Hugh Jackman knows how to be a movie star. You're going to have the best time with them. Even if they've answered the same question 14,000 times, they're going to give you a great soundbite and they'll be smiley and happy and you'll walk away feeling good about the experience. Robert De Niro, he's like, I'm an actor's actor, and you get what you get.
No, very true. We got to get Brad Blanks back on the show. He hasn't been on in months. Is anybody trying to track him down?
I can try and track him down.
Because one of the great things that he did, he has interviewed Robert De Niro about 20 times, and he put all 20 interviews on this like 60-second loop.
I don't think it's 60 seconds.
I think probably it's 45 at best.
I think, yeah, like his big thing is that it might touch 30 seconds, but it's all, and then he finally got him to talk to him for a half second, and he was like, regret.
What?
We're good.
That's all.
No.
Yeah, Harrison Ford was known to have like a similar style, although the last press junket he did for the Indiana Jones franchise, he was actually very happy. I don't know if he was just happy because he was retiring from the role. I mean, he trotted out Callista Flockhart. They did their like cute PDA on the red carpet, which generated a lot of headlines. And I don't know what got into him, but
he also did a really good press tour when he was teamed up with Ryan Gosling. Like, I think that one was really good. And there's a bunch of sound bites of him having a good time at that.
It's hard to be curmudgeonly when you're next to Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling is so much fun to interview, just totally gets into it, will play any game that you offer, totally leans into it. Like another really great like movie star.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, I got to tell you, by the way, I watched the second episode of Bass Reeves. That is a great show.
I thought that would be a good one.
Oh my God, that show's good. No doubt about it.
Now I got to get Paramount Plus or whatever it's on. It's like,
I think it is Paramount. Is it on Paramount?
It is Paramount Plus.
Yeah,
Remember, it's Taylor Sheridan, so he's propping up the network.
But, he is.
You know, Officer Dave, you can always just like wait until the entire series is out, and then you can order Paramount Plus, binge watch it, and then cancel.
No,
that's nice.
Do that. Yeah,
I do that all the time. What are you talking about? I don't want to pay $14,000 for every subscription. And also, as I'm a member of the TV Academy, so we do get a lot of memberships and screeners and subscriptions at certain times a year. So we just cancel everything and utilize that.
I really miss that, by the way, being a member of SAG-AFTRA now my entire life. You used to get first of all, you got the videotapes way back, and then you got the DVDs, and I really miss getting those things.
We still get the screeners, though. They're just digital screeners.
They're digital now, yeah.
Yeah, they just don't send out because they don't want to send out all the mailers and everything else like that. So occasionally you can get a DVD. A few of the studios will still offer it, and you can go and get that DVD, or you can opt out if you don't want the mailers.
Remember that when you were a little kid, Andy, we'd get all the movies sent to us just before Christmas?
Yep.
It was phenomenal. It was great.
Yeah, they're still coming your way. You just need to, utilize your laptop and then hook it up to your, unless you have a smart TV and hook it up to your TV, I was going to say.
What's a laptop? I don't even know.
Do you have an iPad? Do you have?
I don't know. What is this that I have?
You have a laptop.
It's a Chromebook.
It's a laptop. Yeah.
It's a laptop. Chromebook. Yeah. There you go. So I'll say it again. It's going to be tough for these movies at the movie theaters because TV is so good now. Man, there's a lot of great stuff on television, streaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. This is like one of the big takeaways from the strike. We are about to hit a big content rut. So if there's a list of things that you've been dying to watch, this is the time probably for the next 6 months or so to do it. The network shows should be back on the air hopefully by January, and we'll get the second half of those seasons. The they'll only do about 10 to 13 episodes because that's all that's left of the 2023-2024 television season. The streamers are not in a rush to get these out because they have some additional content that they've already have banked. And a lot of our favorite shows that we're waiting on for the next season, it will be 2025 or very late 2024 before we see them.
Unbelievable. Timmy Lammers is just on. He said that there's a second season of Tulsa King coming out. You know about that?
I do not.
Yeah, he said there's a second season coming out, so that'd be good. That was a good show. I thought it was really good.
There's a lot of things that got the green light recently. Like The Bear got its season 3. Gen V got season 2. Like there's a lot of things that will be good coming our way, but we're gonna have to be very, very patient with all of this. Mayor of Kingstown, that's going back shooting with Jeremy Renner.
Is he okay?
He's okay.
Wonderful. That's great.
Yeah. He just did an interview and just talked recently about all of the medical procedures that he has had to go through physically, but a lot of the mental health work he's had to do as well, because it was a very traumatic situation being run over by a snowcat. I mean, his recovery is really a miracle.
Oh, that show is terrific.
Yeah. So he's getting a season 3. He's expected to be back on set within the next few weeks, which I think is great.
It is great. That's wonderful. Once again, just a hell of an actor.
He's fantastic. So this is all the thing. I mean, and it's, everyone's getting the call back to work, but just understand that it's not just easy of like, let's go to work tomorrow, because you have to have all the prep work done ahead of time. You have to have all of the hair and makeup and costumes. So there'll be costume fittings. You have to get the sets built again. You have to get everything back on set. Or if you're on location, you have to get everyone to the location. So a couple shows will start right before Thanksgiving, but after Thanksgiving is the most likely set date for that. And then hopefully they can get a couple episodes banked, and then we will start seeing them probably in late January.
And you mentioned Gen V. Did you get a chance to watch the season finale?
That's my weekend. That's my weekend job. I'm sorry. I've had such a busy week from being away last week that I haven't watched any TV, but Gen V is at the top of my list, along with a couple Christmas movies, because I'm going to decorate my house because I don't care that it's November 10th. So Christmas has officially begun.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong. Hey, after slogging through a strike, you get to have an early Christmas.
Yes. I decided, the first pandemic year that we had, 2020, I started decorating in late October. I was like, let me bring out my little manger and my good smelling candles, because it's been a bummer of a year. And so I've waited a little bit later these days, but I'm like, the Christmas season starts right after Halloween for me.
Boy.
What? What's wrong with that?
I'm a Thanksgiving guy. The lights, Christmas lights go on.
Yeah, it used to be.
The date, I turn them on Thanksgiving night. That's when I turn them on.
We learned many years ago. Catherine learned many years ago. Do not have Tom put up the Christmas lights.
I can see that.
Yeah, apparently not the great job. But what are you gonna do? I love Christmas. Kristyn, don't you love Christmas?
Christmas is my favorite holiday. So my family always did a big celebration, and it's my birthday month. So we celebrate all 31 days.
Oh, the whole shooting match you get after. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I never
if you have
did
a
that.
December birthday, you get shortchanged. So I'm celebrating every darn day of the month.
Who was the store that had to cancel their giveaway of a ham bag or something?
Kmart.
Did you hear about this, Kristyn?
No.
They put out a thing. It was Kmart. It's a ham bag, which I've never even heard of. You put your ham in a bag and then put it in a refrigerator, and it keeps it fresher. What the hell does it do?
Yeah, well, it's like, because you got to let it thaw, and so they just got a decorative Christmas bag that you can put your holiday ham in while it's thawing in the fridge.
It's like the definition of consumer crap.
Yeah,
that's true.
A completely unnecessary thing to have.
But here's the problem. They called it Merry Hammas, which is awfully close to Merry Hamas.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Talk about horrible timing.
I know.
They pulled
That
it.
is awkward.
Yeah, they
Why
had
didn't they just go to honey baked ham and then just go and pick it up?
That is good ham.
Oh my God, it's the best. We order it every Christmas, and I look forward to it. And they're like whatever it is, champagne mustard. It is the best.
Oh, God, we're in that season, aren't we?
Yes, we are. I'm going to be hungry every day.
I get you ever had that spiral sliced ham at the honey baked ham stores?
Yep, that's what we order. And
Oh, do
so
you
delicious.
spiral slice one?
Yep.
Well, there was a legendary announcer, Steve Cannon, was a legendary announcer, WCCO, and I don't know who the hell misspelled the word. Back for you. Oh, here we're back up.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
We're back up. There's Kristen.
Back like they never
There's
left.
Brittany.
Hey.
So you guys can hear us? You can see us again?
Yeah.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Yes. Brittany's
Did you
like,
hear
I can hear you sniffle.
I heard her go, and I could hear her. Like I could see your, like, you know, your frustration, and I could see you move around. And I was like, me and Kristen can talk, but I feel like I should tell her I can hear her.
You know, a little booger action. What are you going to do?
No, I have a head cold. I'm like
I said, a little booger action because of a head cold. It all works out in the end. What were we talking about when you guys just decided to quit?
we were talking about hams, I think.
Hamas. Yeah, we're talking about Hamas. That's right.
Don't start disparaging hams. Tevin and I have been through this already.
Oh, I thought about you last weekend. I was DJing a wedding, and they were all from Iowa or Wisconsin, one of the two. I think it was Iowa. But anyway, they were doing the speeches, and they go, and we all know that we all love hams here. So we've got, like, they had a keg of it it was only hams that was free for everybody. So, like, we know how much everybody loves
I was so worried you're going to say that wedding was serving ham. And I was like, what kind of wedding serves ham?
I would probably love a ham wedding.
Right.
Spiral slice.
Because and maybe it's just because I will do, 70 weddings over the course of the year.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of the typical, like, chicken, steak, mashed potatoes, asparagus.
Mhm.
Yeah, switch it up a little bit. The best ones are the ones where it feels more like a potluck.
Hear me out. Taco bars are one of my favorite. My niece did that for her wedding. She did a taco bar. People ate thirds and fourths.
Mhm.
And then my other one, my friend did a Spanish tapas type of buffet, like paella and everything else, and it was delicious.
I love tacos. They're magnificent.
I
I love
know.
all Mexican food. I don't know if there's a Mexican dish I don't like.
Well, it's
Gotta
it's like the same, just in different orders, which is awesome.
Pretty
I love
much,
Mexican.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, like if you can either put it in the taco shell or you can break it up. Now you've got nachos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all burrito. It's all
Best. When I was in West Palm last week, we ate at Rocco's. Have you guys eaten at Rocco's? in
I
West Palm?
love Rocco.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, Rocco's is terrific. Really, really good right there on Clamatis.
Yep.
Yep, right down the block, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, because I was about to hop on the Bright Line, and my mom and I had some time to kill, so off to Rocco's we went.
I heard you broke into our house and slept there. Is that true?
I was going to do that, but
what the hell? It all worked
I'm
out.
not very good at those MacGyver things,
Yeah, me
breaking-
either.
Or your address. I didn't know where that was, so
That's going to be a problem.
Minor detail.
minor detail, especially when I'm heading down to Miami. So
Yeah, you were heading down to Miami, but now you're back in Los Angeles. Everything is good. They're off the SAG and AFTRAs. They're back. Everything's looking good. Is everybody happy?
everyone's really happy. I think everyone's anticipating once everyone gets back to set and we get past the holidays. I think everyone's really kind of anticipating how busy it's going to be, because now all of a sudden you're going to have tons of press junkets and red carpets that we haven't had for 6 months.
Oh,
and then on top of that, we have a very compressed award show season. The daytime Emmys, it looks like they're going to wind up happening in December, and then it kind of rolls into the new year. We have the primetime Emmys, which should have been in September. You've got the regularly scheduled Golden Globes, Grammys, Oscars, all of that. So it's going to be super busy for everyone in Hollywood, which is good news for all the support industries around here.
No question about it. Any like movies that are about, that's kind of weird, because did anything get done? Were there movies that were just unfinished?
Yeah, a lot of films were unfinished. Like, for example, like Wicked, when the actors shutdown happened, there were 10 days left to film. And now you have to get everyone. And by the way, the set is in London. It's not like, oh, it's right there in New York or LA. They have to get everyone back to set in London, rebuild the sets because they took them down. And the other issue is that some of their stars, like one of them, Ethan Slater, is currently starring in a Broadway show in Spamalot. He's currently tied up. So they're going to have to really try and find a way to work around his schedule. Same with Ariana Grande, who's working on new music. It's not easy to kind of like get everyone back together, especially on a film like Wicked, which is huge. And that's exactly what you're going to see. Even Deadpool, they hadn't finished Deadpool 3. They've got a couple more weeks left to do. Even just simple things like additional looping, the dialogue that they need to do, all of that still needs to be done.
God, that's going to be a lot of work, man. And some people, I'm sure, lost all their business that they just shut down and they're never going to pick up again.
I know a lot of like the prop houses, some of the interim agreements kind of helped like the prop houses continue on, but they just said it's been a really difficult 6 months. And even though production's starting back up, they said it's probably going to be another year till they're back, up and running at full speed. And I don't think people realize this, but the shutdown in Hollywood was longer this time around with the strikes than it was during the pandemic.
Really?
Yes.
God, that's amazing.
It's amazing. So during like a global pandemic, we were able to get people back to set faster than the studios were willing to negotiate and create a fair deal for both writers and actors.
Are there any movies that will never get made because it was their time and now the time has come and gone?
There's a couple, there's a lot of shows that have gotten canceled. I know ABC yesterday just announced The Rookie Feds is canceled because they're just like, you know what, it's been hanging in the balance. We just don't have the budget now. A lot of budgets got canceled. A lot of films that were supposed to happen, not happening. TV shows, not getting that next season because they just realized it's time to really tighten all of those budgets.
I suppose that makes complete. Hey, have you ever seen a show? God, what is the name of it? It's about a police force. I think they're in Utah, and it's all about the religion that everybody's nuts. That's
Mormons.
Is that a Mormon deal?
That's the Utah one. Yes.
Yep.
Is that what the hell's the name? You know what show I'm talking about, Kristyn? It's
This Utah police force or Mormon police force.
Yeah, it's like a Mormon police force. And the thing that's so weird, I think that only had one season, and it might have been a year ago, or I don't know. You don't know many people in it, but it's so interesting. Is that the faith where guys get married to like 8 different women?
Well, that is it.
It is.
It is, but that's a fundamentalist sect.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
The Mormon Church does not recognize, so we probably should.
I didn't
say
think
that.
so. No,
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there's a scene in last night's episode. I think we got one more episode to go, but there was a scene last night when a guy is arguing with his wife because she just will not understand that it's his duty to God to marry 7 other women.
Yeah, some of those, like the Warren Jeff stuff, it's really dark when you go into
that's
some of
what
that
it is.
fundamentalism because they were oftentimes they were marrying child brides.
Oh yeah, they were
Sometimes
12 and
12.
and
Yeah.
14. Yep.
You're not talking about Under the Banner
That's
of Heaven?
the one. Yep.
Under
That's
the Banner
it.
of Heaven.
Is that it? So
Yeah.
could you read a little bit about it? You got it up there?
It just says it's an American true crime drama television miniseries created by Dustin Lance Black, based on the nonfiction book under the same name. Came out in 2022.
There's only one season, right?
Looks like so.
Yeah, it was a mini series. It was a limited series.
There's a limited series. It's really good, very well acted, but it's so amazing watching people of different faiths, the stuff that they believe in, stuff they believe is absolutely the word of God. And it's like, how do they come to this? That I should marry a 12-year-old. Like, what?
Yeah, there's a really good documentary called Keep Sweet, Pray and Obey. And
Oh
it's like
my
talking
gosh.
about it's where that
Really?
fundamentalism and the extremist branched off because the Mormon church was not going to recognize them. And I bawled at the end, all of the things they were uncovering with young girls and these men and what they would do in these special areas that they would do it in front of a bunch of, it made me absolutely
It's
weep.
so
It was
disturbing. I
sad.
believe that was on Netflix, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
What was the name of that?
It's Keep Sweet and Pray and Obey.
Keep sweet, pray, and obey. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's for you and I. I think you and I might get a little pissed off.
Yeah.
about that.
Oh, it's so frustrating to watch,
Yeah.
and how many adults are around this, and they're all buying into this situation and the damage that is done.
Like this priest guy would like wake up and go, "Oh, the Lord talked to me, and your 14-year-old daughter should be my bride. I know I have 16, but your 14-year-old daughter, she was meant to be my bride." And they'd be like, "Oh, this is so exciting. Oh my God. Our kids, we get her all ready and we deliver her there." And it was just like heartbreaking. And then it like also all these kids, these babies having babies, and then it bred all these like younger kids who had to take care of kids. And then there was molestation among them. And it was just terrible.
Yeah, and not understanding because there's obviously not any sex education going on either. So these babies are being brought to a fully grown man, not realizing what is happening next.
God, how do you arrive at that decision that I should marry a 12-year-old?
Yeah, or how that as a parent, you see your little 12-year-old and you deliver them to them.
And they prey on a very specific type of broken individual to kind of try and build up their congregation. And then once
all cults do.
Yeah, and then once they're in it, they either can't get out because, well, I've given all my money to this person and it's a terrible situation to try and get out of, or if you were raised in that, you're like, well, this is just how the world is. This is normal to me.
But I have a question. It's against the law, flat out. So if you're going to do that, go somewhere else.
Well, yeah, and a lot of them will claim it's a religion status, and so then it gets messy for the state to try and come in and just put an end to everything.
Yeah, it often takes the FBI to really like infiltrate. And
Yeah, and it's hard too to infiltrate because a lot of these people, they only trust people they've known and are born in that community. So some guy just being like, an undercover, like, "Hey, my name's Jason and I'd like to join." They're like, "Get out of here."
Yeah.
There you get out of here. No, it's very well done and very interesting, but there are parts of it you can't even watch it. I mean, they don't get over the top with the sex part of it, but it's implicated.
Well, even if anyone who's watched TLC's Sister Wives, we've watched that family go from 4 wives to basically he's now in a monogamous relationship with his one wife, but how that imploded. And I think, people were like, it's just a reality show, but really watching the family go through it and all of the kids starting to say, I would never have a plural marriage. This was so damaging for us. And how all of the women who have left their husband, which is Cody Brown, how they're thriving outside of their plural marriage. It's really fascinating.
Well, it's like, did you ever watch My Unorthodox Life reality show? So my girlfriend was a huge fan and I just naturally got sucked into it. And it talks about a family that lived in this Orthodox Jewish community and essentially escaped and are now multimillionaires and have a big fashion career. But yeah, it's the things that they went through. Yeah, the things that they went through, and they have a son that's still like kind of in it, but doesn't want to be in it some days, and still does. And it's
And husband and wife divorced too. And so there's
Yeah.
a big thing over the business and the fortune too.
Yeah, it's so elaborate. The hearts.
Yeah. And to seeing just how hard it is just to get out, even when, they're wealthy beyond belief so I could only imagine what it's like for somebody that doesn't have all the resources that they do.
And lonely because it's your whole community.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And I even think like in the last day or so, it's been revealed that Keke Palmer, who has been everywhere as an actress, doing incredible work, looking like she has it all, has her baby, revealed that she is a victim of domestic violence. And here's someone who has the financial means to leave and just proving that it's just not easy to just go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Hey, honey, let's go to bed. Well, let me finish watching the Mickey Mouse Club. I was like, Jesus, how can you live like that? And how can you, in your brain, go, this is okay? I don't get it.
Some sick individuals out there, that's for sure.
But I mean, that's one great thing about television. You sit down and watch this stuff. I mean, you can come and go all you want, because if it's too disturbing, you just shut it off. That'd be really good.
And you find yourself going, I'm very thankful. Like, I'm very thankful that I know, like, Go-Go is in an environment where that would ever, you know what I mean? Like, you constantly have that, like, listen, there's things we've all been grown up and had to deal with, but like that, sometimes people don't come back from a lot of that stuff.
No, they don't. All right. Well, Kristyn, the way to leave us on a cheery note.
I'm sorry.
I brought it up. It was my fault. But I just, watching this, like, how can you possibly live your life like that?
I think it's good, though, that we do have streaming that's tackling these difficult stories, because it opens our eyes, because we're all in a little bubble, and realizing that a lot of people have it much harder than we ever will.
No doubt about it. Because if I live next door, I have like 3 guns. Let me just point that out. Might have to open fire.
Dave's like, no.
Tom Bernard is not shooting anybody. Disclaimer.
Officer
Dave's like, no. Don't start that.
All right, Kristyn. We'll talk to you next week.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Bye. We shall take
See
a
you
break.
later.
Be right back and wrap it up right after this.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
Tom Bernard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals, Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Stretch Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Eggert and Kristen Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment,
And of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions.
The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Barnard Show channel.
I will do that. I'll search for the Tom Brainerd Show. Is that what it's called?
Barnard to you.
Barnard to you, damn it. What do you think of that?
Love it.
Like it.
Okay, now, 4 things you can do in the morning to be happier all day. Do you guys know what this is?
Continue to sleep.
Stay in bed.
Press the snooze button.
Stay in bed's probably a really good one, actually. It's Friday, so I'm already feeling pretty good. But if you really ever need a pick-me-up, here are 4 things you can do every morning to be happier all day. Okay, so once again, the reason I'm fascinated, I haven't read this yet, but I'm fascinated by it because for 37 years, I woke up at 3:15 in the morning. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I got ready and I went into work. I got there about 5 o'clock in the morning and whatever. And I still wake up every morning at 3:15. And actually, this morning I woke up at 2:15. It was just a thrill. But then I came and went. And I got enough sleep and it was all the rest of it. But yeah, so I mean, if I can learn anything from this, where I could maybe sleep later, because I come and go, but that can create a problem too, because you fall asleep and then you wake up and then you fall asleep and you wake up. So maybe, do you think that'll be addressed in this story?
Perhaps.
It might.
I'm hoping. It's Friday, and we're going to learn how to be every morning be happier all day. Get screens out of your room. Yeah, I don't have a TV in my room. Sorry. Well, I do,
Yes,
but
you
I never
do.
turn it. Yeah, I do, but I don't ever turn it
That's
on.
true. I barely even works.
Really?
I remember trying to set that thing up, and it was just, it's old as hell.
Oh, is it?
It's got to be at least 20 years old.
Oh, really? Because it was there. Yeah, when we bought the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Get screens out of your room when you reach for your phone or TV remote first thing in the morning. You're letting the outside world dictate your mood. Yeah, that's the last thing I do. My phone is charged nowhere near my bed. Not even close.
Really? That's actually really progressive of you. That's smart.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't need it. Who needs it? And I turn it off too. That's the other thing.
Do you use your phone as an alarm?
No.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
I have not had to use an alarm in 37 years.
Every time you tell me that, it always gives me anxiety.
Well, that's nice to hear.
Well, that's, when Cheryl and we got rid of the landline, our phones, now we charge, I used to charge mine down in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
Overnight.
Yep.
And when we had the landline, but now that we don't, I keep the phone next to my bed because the kids know if they got a problem.
Yeah.
Call dad.
Makes sense. Talk to yourself. It doesn't have to be out loud or anything, but talking to yourself and hyping yourself up can set you up for success. Like if you have a big presentation at work that day, you can tell yourself, you've done this before. You're going to do great. If I ever said that to myself, I'd probably have a heart attack and die.
I kind of like it.
Affirmations.
Yeah, I like the
Never understood it.
I like this. You've done this before because you kind of have to forget, like you've had this anxiety before and you have gotten through it. Like I feel like you've done this before is a good one.
Well, I'll repeat what I said about 2 hours ago when we were out in Las Vegas and there were 5,500 people in the auditorium. Just to be a pain in the ass, I walked up to the mic and the first thing I said was, "What do you people want?"
See?
I can't see that from you at all.
No. What do you want? Be thankful. Yeah. Well, see, that's the whole part of it that really hits home with me. I wish people were much more grateful and thankful than they are. In research trials, people who journaled about the things they're thankful for during the week scored much higher on measures of happiness than people who wrote down things they'd been irritated by. So find out some ways to express some gratitude in the morning because it can be enough to put you in a better mood, better frame of mind all day. We talked about that yesterday. Mr. Gelfand wanted to talk politics yesterday on the show, and he's a very liberal guy. I'm not. Mike and I don't agree on very much politically, but unlike the psychopaths out there in the street, at the end of the conversation, I told Mike I loved him, and he told me he loved me as well. Mm-hmm. I don't care what your political views are. I'm not going to hate you because you believe the stupid shit you believe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I run into that all. I don't give two rats rips about what you think, what your lifestyle is, as long as you're legal.
Yeah,
what
there
do
you
I
go.
care?
I couldn't
You
agree
know?
more. But yeah, seriously, and I wish they would show that a little bit. But again, I mean, national television drives people insane because
You say it all the time. It's
money.
about the money.
It's always about the money. Because I literally watched about 10 seconds of CNN and 10 seconds of Fox this morning, and it was flat out hatred.
Yep.
That's the whole 10 seconds was all about hate.
Yeah.
Oh, that Trump, that son of a bitch. Oh, Biden, that son of a bitch. Like, settle down.
Yeah, which makes sense for why in this article they're saying don't turn your TV on or
Yeah.
look at your phone the first
Yep.
thing in the morning.
Mhm.
And also don't, I feel like the people that wake up, okay, I know I have to be to work at 6:30. It takes me 20 minutes to get there. So I'm going to wake
Right.
up and immediately I'm already running late because I slept to the last minute possible. Like wake up 10 minutes earlier so you have time to actually wake up and decompress and get ready for your day.
I feel attacked.
You feel attacked?
Yeah, I feel like he's talking about me, like the chaos that ensues from bed to door.
Oh, so you heard about yesterday.
What?
Well, Tevin and I walked in, we looked at the screen like, oh, Christ, she's on today.
We have a caller.
It's going to be Wendy.
It's Chris from Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska?
Fairbanks, Michigan.
I'm not there right now. I'm in New York City.
Oh, you're in New York City. Well, no, you are from Fairbanks, Alaska, aren't you, Chris?
Oh, I live there, yeah, but I grew up in Minnesota.
No, I know. I've been talking to you how many years? You've been calling in for years.
Yeah, once in a while.
Once in a while. How you doing?
I am excellent. I get to go see Bill Burr tonight, so that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have a good time. That guy's funny as hell.
At Madison Square Garden. And then tomorrow night it is UFC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I came out here originally. And then I noticed the Minnesota Wild were in town, so I went to that last night.
Oh, no, Vinny Lettieri, did you see him play?
Yeah, he's not a very big guy, is he?
No, he's not a big guy at all. But, to tell you the truth, Louis was never all that.
No.
Louis tall, but he's not that broad or anything like that. But, yeah, we were very,
It's
very
not
happy.
a bad thing in hockey, so.
No, exactly. That's exactly right. So what's on your agenda today?
I'm going to walk around downtown Manhattan a little bit. Some building called One Vanderbilt has a cool little setup thing that you can, I think it's like 140 stories up. They got some kind of clear glass you can walk outside the building on.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so we'll see. I kind of walk around, see if I can spot a restaurant or two that I like. And yeah.
My favorite restaurant in New York closed down about a month ago. It's called Maialino. It was in the Gramercy Hotel, and they finally shut her down, which unfortunately, apparently somebody told me the Gramercy Hotel is full of immigrants now, that they put, your undocumented immigrants in the hotel now, and the restaurant couldn't make it because of that. It forced the restaurant to close down.
Yeah, we can't get our veterans off the streets, but we can put those guys in there.
That's exactly a very good point. So how long are you going to be in New York?
Got here Wednesday night. I'll be here till Sunday afternoon, and then I fly out to Vegas for F1.
Oh, you're not going to stop and see Uncle Tommy in Minneapolis, St. Paul?
No, not a big fan of Minnesota. So
I don't blame you,
avoiding
Chris.
that.
It'll happen.
Oh, it's the worst.
The cold season's also upon us. It's going to be -0 or negative temperatures before you know it.
But it's going to be 60
Yeah.
most of next week.
It is. It's going to warm up. It always does that. It warms up, and then all of a sudden, boom.
It hits you right between the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well,
I don't miss it.
have a good time in New York, Chris. You spent a lot of time there?
No, this is my first trip.
Oh, you love
I
it.
saw UFC at Madison Square Garden, so I wanted to make it here, and yeah, so.
No, it's just I'd recommend a restaurant, but all my favorite restaurants, the Carnegie Deli's closed, Maialino's closed. Maybe it's me, Chris. I forced them out of business. That might be
Well,
what
I
it
went
is.
to a place called Carmine's yesterday.
Oh, Carmine's is great. Yeah, Carmine's is really good. All right, pal. We'll have a great time, and keep calling in. I love hearing from you.
All right, man. Thanks. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Tom, the Gramercy Park Hotel, is that the one you were talking about where
Yeah.
the place closed? It sounds like it's going to reopen in 2025. They were renovating it.
What?
So it's closed right now. The Gramercy Park Hotel.
But not Maialino.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if Maialino closed because the whole hotel was closed.
Yeah, it might have.
So it might reopen in 2025.
Well, but I think it closed because it kind of turned into shithole. Yeah.
Here's something to be thankful for. The average high in Fairbanks in January is 0 degrees.
That's a little chilly.
When we complain about our 20. So
yeah, very true. All right, we got to take a break. Be right back and kick off that family show right after this.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
Andy's getting a kiss in the butt.
Oh my goodness. Did you know today is Sesame Street Day? On this day in 1969, Sesame Street debuted.
Wow.
Sesame Street Day.
You watched Sesame Street when you were a kid, Andy?
Barely.
Yeah, you didn't watch it a lot. You're right. So, welcome to the family with
Officer Dave,
Josh Arnold, Mr. Money Talk,
and Andy Barnard.
See, that's all you need to know, right? So, Josh, what's the latest?
What's the latest? See, I know you guys are on the internet all the time.
Yes.
And if you're like me, my use of my iPhone and getting on the internet or using an app is playing solitaire.
That's pretty much
me. So it's about the only game that I play. I don't think Apple makes any money off my solitaire.
Probably not.
Subscription. They do make money off my news subscription, off my music subscription, and several other things that they're going to collect at least 30 cents on every dollar, and good for them. I'm very happy as a shareholder of Apple. But on my solitaire feed, I continue to get, we'll say, advertisements to buy stuff from Temu or Shine.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of, just, you're interrupting my solitaire game.
Yes.
So today I find that Temu has overtaken Shine in terms of sales in Japan and South Korea. Both companies have made tremendous inroads in the United States, and both are trying to compete with Amazon and other retail outlets selling cheap goods.
I've never even heard of Shine.
Well, just go to my my solitaire app,
Play it long enough, and you'll see it,
and you'll find it. But I'm sure you've heard of Temu.
Yes.
Okay. Temu is owned by a Chinese company, PDD Corporation, which also owns a Chinese retail or internet retailer called Pinduoduo. And the stock is currently trading at $108 a share at a PE of 2027 and trades about 6 3/4 of sales. So it's a little bit on the expensive side as a retailer, maybe a little bit on the expensive side on a price to sales basis for an internet company, but they are increasing their revenue. And I thought, that's kind of interesting. And I say this ahead of a meeting coming up this Wednesday in San Francisco, that city by the bay, where if you go to Candlestick Park no longer exists.
No.
But having watched baseball in July at Candlestick Park, an announcement comes over in about the 6th inning. If you would like a blanket, go up.
Love that.
And you can get a blanket and some hot chocolate. Will be available to you for a nominal fee. But if you go to San Francisco this Wednesday, the President of the United States is going to meet with the President of China to discuss trade and other events. And that could be, or I'm hoping that could be a positive for a number of U.S. companies that do business in China or have manufacturing facilities in China, which would include, of course, favorite Apple, old favorite Nike, Starbucks, General Motors, and a host of technology companies, including market leader NVIDIA, whose shares have shot up on the backs of generative artificial intelligence, and that is one of 2 companies now considered the granddaddy. It's only been, artificial intelligence has been around for a long time. Generative artificial intelligence has only been talked about this year, but they are considered, we'll say, the leaders that in that space right now. NVIDIA and Microsoft. And Microsoft hit an all-time high this past week as they introduced their new software program, which includes generative AI.
Copilot, I think.
Yeah, Copilot. Thank you very much.
Oh, look at you two. Andy is on the ball.
Copilot.
At this point, you can't open an application without it telling you about its new AI. So
that's true.
I've been witness to them all.
So we don't know whether this is a lot of hype or how it's going to be used, but AI has been around for a long time. Some companies just continue to call it machine learning,
which is what it is.
But generative artificial intelligence sounds a lot sexier.
It's a lot more,
and
yeah,
you
it's a lot
probably
more,
can make some more money.
Yeah, it's a lot more venture capitalist friendly of a term.
We like that.
Mm-hmm.
But most every company, at least that I'm familiar with, is use some type of generative artificial intelligence.
Now the U.S. government now is getting very involved in all that, are they not?
Well, the U.S. government, through the president, has issued an executive order. Trying to spur some regulation. And I do believe that most of the technology companies want the government to set out some boundaries initially that could prevent sometime in the future, whether the FTC or the Department of Justice getting involved and saying, "Oh, Tom, you have a monopoly on generative AI," among other things. Plus the need to provide some firewalls so somebody doesn't, we'll say, mimic you without your knowledge.
So,
and that was also one of the issues in the recent actors strike that has been currently resolved.
Now they is it Meta?
Meta, as in Facebook, Instagram, Reels, Oculus. Yes, Meta.
And they issued a statement saying you got to let us. What did they want to know? Have you seen this thing? Meta said we need to find out who's using artificial intelligence wrong, in the incorrect way.
That I have not seen, but I'm sure that there are plenty of characters that have used artificial intelligence in the wrong way, or are trying to find some nefarious use for it.
How did we ever get this far where we have to do these kind of things?
Well, just the expansion of technology, we'll say, the use of social media, and as things develop, somebody tries to figure out, well, how can we get around something? How can we take advantage of something?
When I hopped off,
it's just a different way to do this.
I suppose when I hopped off social media 11 years ago, I think people got sick of me telling them to F off. That might have been the reason I left.
You really told them that?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness!
It wasn't AI. That was actually me.
And that was your family.
Well, among others,
I mean, that's the only reason I was even used any social medias. My wife and daughter said, "You've got to be on Facebook. That's the only way you're going to see pictures of your granddaughter." It's like, what do I need this for?
And Andy, what do you guys use now? You use to send. Melissa sends out all the pictures on what?
Well, for the family's purpose, we use an app called Family Album.
Family, but where does it appear?
On the app Family Album.
Oh, it's just called Family Album because I thought it was because it popped up here. Let me hold on one second.
There are pictures on Facebook, but that's not like the primary.
What's the
platform.
Messenger?
Messenger. That would be Facebook.
Oh, that's Facebook because it says because I get some of them sent to me through there.
And you can't access them. So set yourself up with the Family Album.
Then I'm good to go.
And then you're good to go.
No question about it. So how's the economy looking, Josh?
To me, Tom, the economy looks pretty good.
See, I love hearing that because everybody thinks we're all going to cave in.
Well, if you want to survey different people in different parts of the country or in different industries, things are bad. But I've always used my shopping center parking lot indicator to tell me whether the economy is good or not.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
People are out spending money. The economy's good.
Now, my office is across the street from Southdale, and Southdale is not a hopping mall
No, it hasn't
anymore.
It hasn't been.
So, my office has been across from Southdale since 1978. So one time, Southdale was hopping. Not so much anymore, unless you're parking around the newer part of Southdale, which has got Lifetime Fitness,
right?
And they're hopping all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're parking by Macy's, maybe not so much. But that's is my indicator to the health of the economy. If people are shopping, people going to the malls, the economy is going to get humming along, primarily because most of the economy is still consumer driven.
You know what I love the most is the one mall that closed down long ago just happened to border North Minneapolis. Brookdale tore that thing down, what, about 25 years ago?
Yeah, I remember when they tore it down. Yep.
My neighborhood even ruined a dale. What do you think of that?
Well, that becomes that's an issue with a lot of places. When crime increases, or when I'll just say when crime increases, people just do not want to go to where the crime is.
And maybe you had the same experience at Southdale, but we used to go to Brookdale, which was the name of it out there in Brooklyn Center. It's Brooklyn Center, right?
Yes.
Yeah. On Brooklyn Center. And to be there as a late teen, early 20s, Christmas shopping or doing whatever, that was such a thrill to have all of that right there together. It was just wonderful. Why would they want to destroy that? I don't get it.
Again, I don't know. First it's kids with, okay, what can I get away with a 5-finger discount?
Yeah, very true.
Okay. Then it becomes, and it's taking small items. And the stores say, you know what? We're not allowing kids in. And then the kids complain to their parents, and the parents complain to the stores. Well, it's not our kids that are doing it.
Right.
It's somebody else's kids. And, you should be increasing your security. So if the increased security comes and happens to see you with your sticky fingers putting something in your pocket that you haven't paid for, and they bring you into the security office at the mall, have you call your parents, and your parents come down and say, Tommy couldn't have done that. He's such a nice boy.
Such a nice kid, no question.
So it's and then it just expands from there.
Well, the sad thing about it is you're talking about Southdale not being busy at all anymore. Southdale was the very first mega mall in the world.
Yeah.
People don't realize that, I think. Southdale was first. I think Brookdale was second. And now, you get the Mall of America, which is, I think it's probably the biggest super mall in the world now, isn't it?
I think there are a couple others that are
bigger than that.
That are bigger than that. I think one in New Jersey, one in Canada.
I think
in Edmonton.
They started when they built that originally.
It was, yeah. But the same people own the one in Edmonton, right?
The Gramasian, it was Gramasian.
It was Gramasian, yeah.
But one of the things, even at Mall of America, is crime increased.
Oh, God, yes.
Sales go down. If you look, I'm not sure how many restaurants are there on the 4th floor.
Yeah. I don't know anymore. I haven't been out to Mall of America in quite some time, actually.
No real desire to go to the Mall of America, but they've had some turnover even in their anchor stores.
Well, they had a national TV show about the cops at the Mall of America. Did you ever see that?
No.
Yeah, the cop. What is it? What's it? It's just called the
Mall
cops.
Mall cops might have been.
Yeah, it's Mall of America. The police force at the Mall of America became a national TV show.
They had a their director of security was a little guy. I mean, I don't think he stood 5'6", but he was Israeli in the Israeli army, and then came here and ended up taking over and running.
Oh, I remember that guy.
Yeah, Sam Rosen, I think was his name.
I think that's right.
And because I worked out there for a company, a subcontractor company, while I was looking for my first cop job.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know you worked out there.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever have to say to the guy, don't tell me what to do?
No, I never had to do that. We were in charge of doing they had that program where they would you were not allowed to be in the mall after like 5 p.m. unless you were accompanied by an adult under the age of 14. You know, if you were under the age of 14, you had to be accompanied by an adult.
That's very smart, actually.
And that was 25 years ago. But
God, I never went to a movie there. Was a movie theater nice, or is it still there?
Never went to. I worked there, and I went there for that.
You only just worked there?
Yeah, and then I think the wife and we went to Forrest Gump when Forrest Gump's restaurant was there.
Oh, yeah.
We went there once for our anniversary, which was yesterday, by the way. We didn't go there yesterday, but
so you didn't want to just get married on my birthday. You had to wait one day later.
Yeah, it was 1991. Trust me, brother. We had plenty of snow that day and cold. It was
1991. Andy, you remember that? You remember that Halloween?
Yeah, I just turned 5.
That was a great Halloween for my kids
because 3 feet of snow.
My 2 boys kept bringing home pillowcases.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, no one was going out, so people were like, "We got to get rid of this candy. Let's just give it all to the next kid."
Yep.
And Andy, what did you go as?
I don't remember.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
That sounds about right.
And Alex was a witch. And she was only 2.5. So
Josh, we have a question from the chat. He wants you to talk about the recent 30-year bond auction. I don't know
the one that didn't go well yesterday.
I would assume so.
So what's that all about?
Well, on a regular basis, the government auctions off bonds to raise more money.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday, coincidental to my friend, and I say that in quotes because I've never met the man, Fed Chief Jerome Powell, spoke on the need again to be vigilant. The Fed is on the case. We are very vigilant about inflation. Inflation has not reached our target of 2%. So we could, data dependent, continue to raise rates to keep the economy from overheating.
Overheating.
He didn't use the term overheating, but that's been an old term. And the Fed is quite concerned that they don't do too much or too little. But during that period of time, the government came out with a bond offer for longer term bonds that was not well received. So that tended to increase rates and decrease prices.
So where is inflation?
I am not. Inflation is right now in the mid 3% range. So it's come down significantly from where it once was.
Still not great though.
Well, it's very interesting. You bring this up. I'll just finish this answer to the questioner. I'm not an investor in bonds. Do not want to invest in short-term bonds, long-term bonds, or very long-term bonds, because I'm of the belief that the economy over any period of time is going to continue to grow, and the economy will grow over a period of time at a significant rate where I can get a better return owning assets of companies that are able to increase sales, increase their earnings, and provide a product or service that is needed. So I'd rather own stocks, or if I don't want to own individual stocks, I can go buy the S&P index, and the S&P index is going to typically outperform on a long-term basis government bonds. I think the purpose for somebody even considering government bonds might be the safety, in that if you put a dollar in the bond today, at the end of the time period of that bond, you're going to get your dollar back. And in the meantime, twice a year, the government's going to pay you some money. So if you've got 5%, bond every, for every, we'll say for every $1,000 that's in that bond, you're going to get $25 twice a year, $50.
$50.
And at the end of the period of time, whether it's a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, you'll get your $1,000 back. In the meantime, the principal is going to go up and down based on changes in interest rates. So interest rates go up, you want to sell your bond prior to maturity, you're going to get less money.
So that the drop from 3% to 2%, is that significant?
In terms of inflation? Yeah, that'll be very, very significant.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But I'd say here's the but. I was listening to an interview with a money manager, Ron Barron, who runs the Barron Capital Management and has the whole group of Barron mutual funds. And he happens to be very, very big in Tesla. I'm not an investor in Tesla. I like the car might be nice. I just do not like car companies. He's a very big investor in Tesla, and he has made his fund a lot of money on Tesla, having owned it for a long period of time.
Yeah.
But he was asked about inflation and about investing in bonds. He said he's never owned a bond in his life or in his investment career. So his investment career is longer than mine. He's closing in on 80 years old.
Okay.
His funds have been quite successful, although they're going to fluctuate because he, like me.
Well, did we lose? No, that's your microphone, not the.
That's my microphone?
Oh, now it's fine.
Okay.
You're good.
He, like me, has concentrated and focused portfolios. So overweight certain companies that to his mind or my mind offer very strong long-term potential. His happens to be, he's overweight Tesla. I happen to be overweight Apple. But he's never owned a bond in his fund. He says, why? And the question is, well, inflation is high if you buy bonds, and interest rates come down, those bond values are going to go up, particularly if inflation comes down. He said, in his lifetime, inflation's averaged about 4.5%, or his investment lifetime.
Right.
So that dates back through the 1970s. And through that period of time, the stock market has gone up and down. But I think when he first started investing, which would have been he said the late 60s, the Dow was at 1,000.
Oh, God.
Okay. So now you've got the Dow Jones at, hold on here, just so I get this correct, 34,000.
From 1,000 to 34,000.
Okay. So we go from about 1970 through today.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a bond, you bought a bond at that point in time. So back in 1970, bonds were about 7%. You could probably get a 7% yield. So if you had, and that would be a little over a 50-year bond, you'd get your for each $1,000 in, you'd get your $70 each year.
Mm-hmm.
And today your bond would be worth $1,000.
That's the deal.
That's the deal with the bond.
Now, I do have a question. I'm glad you brought up Tesla, because the word all over the national news now is nobody wants to buy an electric car. They have no interest, because apparently digging for the cobalt poisons the atmosphere more than gasoline fumes.
That could be. I've always looked at, why do you want to buy an electric car?
Right.
I happen to like my internal combustion engine.
I'm with you, Josh. I'm a motorhead. I'm 100% with you.
You can't, I can't fix them anymore.
No.
But I like that. I like shifting, putting the clutch in, releasing the clutch, pressing down on the gas, shifting.
Yep.
Well, I now have 6 gears instead of 3.
Yeah, there you go.
Mine's just a 5-speed, so there you
go. But the need to buy, an electric car, unless you're, if you're driving around town, I can understand it.
But not to travel.
But if you're traveling, it's going to take you twice as long to do that. The cost of an electric vehicle is a lot higher initially, and I'm guessing it'd probably level off because you don't have all this maintenance that I do with my ICE as opposed to the EV. But the cost of the EV, the initial cost, is very high, and I know that there are a lot of people who bought that, we'll say, to signal their virtue.
Yeah, absolutely.
In dealing with climate or something else. The other thing that was very nice for sales was you got a $7,500 tax credit.
Right. Yeah.
So okay, I'm going to put in $100,000 to buy the car, and I've just saved myself $7,500 in taxes. So the bulk of the people who are originally buying EVs, and primarily Teslas, which is still the leader in electric vehicles, were upper middle class or upper class individuals.
Yeah, it seems very expensive.
It's very interesting too. Last night, for some strange reason, I said, I'd like to go back and start in again with the TV series Suits.
No, it's a good series.
So watching the I don't know whether it's the first episode, but one of the episodes in there, one of the lawyers, Harvey, who's a car nut, takes his date, gets into one of the original Teslas, because you can see Tesla is painted on the side of the car.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm looking at that. I said, I have never seen that Tesla. It was a 2-seat Tesla sports car.
I had one.
Oh, you have one?
I had one.
Okay.
I was one of the first people in America to buy one of those Teslas.
You're just a rich guy.
Oh, here. Yeah, that thing was $125, by the way. And that was what, 20 years ago now?
Yeah. So, I mean,
15,
this series is, I think dates back to 2011. I've never had seen the Tesla sports car, which I understand was just a rocket of a car.
Problem was that if it broke down on a freeway, like say your battery stopped working, they would have to come and take it away with a helicopter because they couldn't move it. Once it shut down, the wheels would not turn. So you'd have to leave your car right on the freeway. Not good planning, I would say, but it was $125. I think it was 2004. So it's almost 20 years they've been on.
Wow.
I owned one of the first ones in America. And it just, when I found out that if the wheels locked up, I said, I can't be driving this car. That would not be a good idea.
So
but I don't know.
But in any case, here's here are these cars, electric vehicles. The price point is not affordable
No, that's my problem with
most,
them.
for most people.
No, they're like what, $15,000 over an ICE.
Yeah,
easily.
It's way too expensive for the average person, and
Yeah,
it's
it
not
is.
like regular cars are exactly cheap anymore either. Because once you get all of the nickel and dime stuff out of the way, even the cheapest car out there is going to run you $30,000.
Oh yeah,
Is that's a new car as opposed to a
Yeah.
used car?
Yeah, if you want anything even approaching affordable, you got to buy used, except thanks to the chip shortage, used cars weren't affordable for several years either.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. I don't know. It's just a weird. The other thing about it, I guess, is a huge problem. They discovered one of the world's largest cobalt mines in Utah or something. You know about this?
Utah,
somewhere out in the.
No, I just saw something this morning in the Wall Street Journal. Some guy just, I don't know whether this was for shits and grins, but he bought a coal mine for $2 million.
He bought a coal mine. Why did he want a coal mine?
I think this was could well have been in Montana, an abandoned coal mine. Maybe he thought, okay, somebody's going to want to use this again, and lo and behold, some people came around. They asked them if they could do some testing on this. And what did they find in this mine? Rare earth minerals.
There you go.
And this $2 million investment on a lark is now worth.
Yep.
I'm guessing there's some bills.
There's some bees after that.
Wow.
Bees.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess one of the problems. Did you look and see where that cobalt mine is, Andy?
Let's see. Well, it would be a deposit, I suppose. Idaho.
Well, it's Idaho. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is in Idaho.
They're opening a new America's first and only cobalt mine.
And I guess it's one of the biggest in the world. They've discovered this cobalt mine is one of the biggest in the world. But the problem is, and it's causing a lot of consternation, they're going to have to tear down entire forests to be able to dig in there and get the cobalt out. You have to tear down all these trees. So that doesn't look too good when you're trying to save the trees, but you have to tear them down to get at the cobalt to save the trees.
To make your car to save the trees.
That's a problem.
It's a huge problem.
It is. It is. No question.
Any time you're doing any type of mining,
yeah.
I'll say because that's still surface mining. You're going to be digging big holes, and you're going to be eliminating a lot of trees. Among other things.
I'll ask one more question. We can get off the car deal. But what is the problem with these electric cars when they start on fire? You just have to let them burn because you can't put them out.
What's a lithium fire?
What's a lithium fire? That's what it is, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
They have to sit there and just stand there and watch it burn. They can't put it out.
Yeah,
why can't they put it out, Andy?
Well, I mean, big gasoline fires are kind of the same way. Same with coal fires. You get enough fuel in one area, you set it on fire. There's nothing you can do because it's fuel. It burns itself. If there's an oxidizer in there, there's nothing you can do.
Isn't there one out in Pennsylvania that's been burning for like 200 years?
Yeah, Centralia, I think it's called.
I think it is. Been burning for like 200 years.
The Centralia mine fire
that's over a town.
Yeah,
it was a town.
It was a town.
1962 it started.
God.
And it will burn for about another 250 years.
Oh my gosh.
They can't put it out.
No, it's literally like miles of caverns that are on fire because they're made out of coal. So it's basically like hell. It's like trying to put out hell.
It's true.
You're not going to be able to do that.
No. So it's going to be actually 300 years, not 200.
Once it finally burns out, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and people go there and take like videos and stuff. It's like you'll see craters opening up in the roads with smoke and fire billowing out of them. Yeah, I cannot imagine how much pollution that place is putting out.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, coal burning for 300 years, that'll do it.
Just figure out a way to convert that into
energy.
Energy.
I mean, honestly, that would
create a power plant from it.
Yeah, probably that would be the best case scenario. Is like vent that hot air out into somewhere and then use that as energy.
And didn't it start burning because of a lightning strike? If I remember, it's been years since
They don't know what caused it.
Oh, so that was just speculation back when I heard that it was a lightning strike.
Well, it would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense, absolutely. But in any case, and are there any other horrible things to buy in this economy?
Horrible things to buy. Well, I'm not a miner.
No.
But I do, I did read where the senator from one of the biggest coal mining states said that he was not going to run for re-election in 2024. Joe Manchin,
yeah. That's upsetting a few people I know because they doubt because he's a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And well, he's a very middling Democrat, I would say. He's not very extreme in his views and positions, but they highly doubt they can keep that seat in the Democratic Party, from what I understand.
Well, I'm not a politician.
No, I'm not either. I don't know.
I have opinions on politics, but I'm not a politician.
You think we were talking about this, what happened yesterday? Gelfand and I were talking on the show, and Mike wanted to talk about politics and all the rest of it. So we did, and he and I agree on very little. But at the end, there was no hatred. There's no stop talking to me. I told him I loved him, and he told me he loved me. You don't have to agree on everything. One of people to get off this, just get away from me. I don't want to even see you anymore.
I would have one question for Mike.
Yes.
Because my girlfriend brought this up, that there was a 22-year-old that became mayor of St. Louis Park.
That's correct.
And I was like, what? What kind of experience?
Yeah, not a lot of experience.
Business, political, or other experience would a 22-year-old have to become a mayor?
Well, she's very pretty. That's one good thing. You're not impressed with that?
Not impressed.
Look, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This over the top, I have to prove something to you people. It's like, would you calm down? Everybody's angry and everybody's pissed off, and I hate you because of this and that, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. It's like, whatever, relax. Why is the world so angry? Oh, you should have seen the look on his. Oh, you could see the look on his face.
Yeah, oh my gosh, the world's so angry.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I didn't get my cereal this morning. I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I just, again, the point that I think Mike and I made yesterday is you don't have to hate someone because they have the polar opposite views that you have. I mean, neither one of us is going to change the world in a great way, in a mass way. Why do people get so upset by that stuff? I don't get it.
I have never gotten it.
And Andy, you're a different generation. What do you think?
I think it's not worth talking about.
Well, but you have to talk about it because if we got to a point where when you talked about politics, it had a happy ending, even though you both don't agree, it's not the only thing that matters in the world, for Christ's sake.
We're not at that point.
Of course, I get accused all the time. Well, the only thing that matters to you is the direction of the stock market. Okay, that's
what's your job?
That's true.
But it's your job.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of things that matter to me, but I'm concerned with my girlfriend, my kids, my grandkids.
Absolutely.
I'm concerned that I'm able to get up and shuffle out in the street and try to run. Those are concerns with me. I'm concerned that is the restaurant that I'm going to go to have good service.
Sure.
Are they going to bring me my iced tea when I want it? But broadly speaking, it probably still comes down to my focus, which is what the heck is going on in the economy. What kinds of companies are going to benefit from what's going on in the broad economy, or are the investments that I've made or the companies that I've chosen, are they going to continue to grow and expand? I mean, how is DraftKings going to make money during this football season, and then baseball season, basketball season? Are more people going to use that product, or are they going to be saying, you know what, we're going to set up an account on ESPN Bet, which is ESPN is still owned by Disney, but they cut a deal with Penn Gaming, and how is that going to impact, we'll say, DraftKings? Or more people going to go using one or the other, or maybe they use both, because it's a very competitive, very competitive space. We'll say sports betting and iGaming, very, very, very competitive. And I think the current leader right now is DraftKings, although FanDuel said they said, well, we're still bigger. FanDuel's parent, Flutter, reported their earnings, which were not as good as expected.
Oh, really?
So their stock, which is, you can own that as an ADR, market depository receipt, because they trade in London. But there is talk that FanDuel will be spun out. It was acquired by Flutter. FanDuel was a Canadian company, was acquired by,
I did not know that,
Flutter, and now they're thinking of spinning it back out in America as an American company, so it would trade. Then you have a little company called Fanatics, which I think is a sportswear company.
Fanatics,
yeah, selling anything related to fans and sports. They want to get into sports gaming and iGaming. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but that's their thought. You have the other competitors in that space, from Caesars to MGM Bets, which is done very well. MGM reported some pretty good numbers this past week. Actually, all of their segments, whether it's their Las Vegas segment, their regional gaming, and their Macau site, did very, very well. Here's a little company and I say little, MGM, which is one of the dominant players in Las Vegas. Their market capitalization is a little over $13 billion. They authorized a $2 billion share buyback. They said, instead of paying a dividend, we're going to buy back shares, and share repurchases by companies are beneficiary to, or benefit to, shareholders, because it reduces the number of shares outstanding, making the company worth more.
But most people love to bet still. A lot of people. When I was a kid,
I don't think it's nearly as big as it used to be.
Well, I think it's bigger.
And you think it's bigger?
I would guess it's probably bigger with all.
Well, if we're talking about just sports betting, probably, but things like horses, definitely way down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know. So what are they going to do with all these horse tracks around the country?
They're going away. That's the thing.
Really? Are they really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are they doing it? They're doing okay here, aren't they?
Look at the dog track in Hudson.
Dog tracks also all going away. Yep.
Yeah, they're going away. That's
that sort of thing.
I wonder why.
Good. Well, why?
Yeah,
you can
do it online.
You could do it online. You can do a lot of
that is a problem.
Online gambling. You have a lot more casinos in the country.
Yeah.
So do I want to go to the dog track and watch the dogs?
Probably not.
Or which was in Hudson, or from the Twin Cities, to go from here to Hudson. Well, what's that? A 45, 50-minute drive.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Plus I got parking. Now what do I know about the dogs?
Right.
Okay.
But for a lot of people, the experience at the track is really what it's all about, though.
I understand. Now I'm going to get back. if I really want to go bet and gamble, I can go to Treasure Island.
Right.
I could go to Mystic Lake. I've got free parking. I've got better food, and I've got all these other games. Plus, there are a lot more people around, so there's a little more sociability with that, and I can spend less time.
You spend a lot less time, yeah.
Okay, because if you're going to, I don't know about the dog track, because I've never seen the dogs run, but if you go to Canterbury or any of the other horse tracks around the country, and it's something that I like, it's a long afternoon or into the evening.
Do people understand that if you do go to not necessarily the Minnesota casinos, we'll leave them out of the conversation, but those machines are set up for you to lose. They
People
do know
believe
that,
they can defeat them, though.
Oh, do they really?
Oh yeah, this machine's due. I've been watching it for 8 hours straight, and it's hasn't paid out, so it's due.
Well, just even if I'll say the first time I went to Las Vegas and also to Reno, they would advertise 95% winners on our machines. So people with 95% winners
win one hand. Is that what it is?
Well, just think of that. If I bet $10, put $10 in the machine,
You're going to get 95% of it back.
I'm going to get 95% of it back. Over what period of time? Don't know, but I get 95% of it back. Oh, I'm winning.
Yep.
Okay, so they've just picked up, a 5%.
Yes.
And how long did it take you to bet that $10 in a machine?
Like 2-3 minutes, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I've got my $9.50. I'm going to win again.
You go big though.
And
you're going to get 95% of $9.50 back.
Okay. So over a course of, we'll just say fairly quickly, over a course of 20 minutes, that $10 is zero.
Because you can't tell what the machine's going to do.
No,
now, handheld cards are a lot easier to bet on than a card machine, I'm assuming.
Debatable.
Oh, really? It's not that. I'm not a gambler. See, I don't know anything about gambling.
Well, they run with like 10 decks at this point. You can't really count.
Oh, they do really?
You can't count the cards. You can't predict anything. It's all by design.
So you can't outwit.
No.
Okay.
As I once told my son Judd, who was a very, very good card player, when he first started going down to Mystic Lake, and he would lose. Oh, I should be winning. I said, Judd, look at this building that you are in.
Yeah, well, there is that.
Yep. Where did they get the money, do you think?
It's not all coming from the bank.
No.
I always felt like I worked too hard for my money to just go blow it on something. And
I understand that.
But I'll go back. Yes. But I'll go back to one of the reasons that I invest in casinos. People will go. There are enough people who go to bet. There are people who will go for the general experience. You've got good food. You've got real nice hotel rooms. You've got retail, high-end retail. And over the overall cost to go to Las Vegas for a vacation is, we'll say, on the low to medium end. Typically, you're going to get good weather, and there's something to do. And there are a lot of people who first go to Las Vegas because it's still a convention city. And they've got huge convention areas, and that has continued to bring in money to the city. Then you add other experiences that are there. You've got Raiders football. You have Golden Knights hockey that's there. You've got college basketball. I think it's next week, you're going to have Formula One racing. Okay. And
yeah, we had a caller just talking about that. He's going to Vegas for F1, right?
Yep.
Right.
Chris, yeah.
And Vegas said that is going to increase, or at least given the casinos that have already reported earnings, they said that the 3 days of that race will increase their revenues. I think it's 5% for over that 3-month period of time. That's a big boost. Number. Okay, and that doesn't count all the other things that are going to get a boost in Vegas, because not everybody's going to be going or staying at MGM or the Wynn or a Caesars hotel. There will be other hotels that are going to benefit. You have all the other restaurants that are going to benefit from that. Then I add in all the people who drive Uber are going to benefit. So it's a big boost to the Vegas economy. Then you have the Super Bowl coming up, not to mention all the other casinos. And as these, I'll say the casino companies have all reported, in terms of Vegas, they're just they are now exceeding the revenue that they generated pre-COVID.
Really?
Yes.
God, that's pretty impressive. Now because they stack so many decks in, you cannot count cards anymore, from what I understand.
Right. That hasn't been a thing for probably 10 years.
Oh, it's been 10 years? Because I knew there were card counters who were very good at that, but apparently you can't even do that anymore because they go with like 10 decks at a time.
If there's enough decks, you can count all the cards you want. It won't matter.
It won't matter, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it is either. I was never attracted to gambling. I just never. I mean, I'll do it once in a while, two times a year. Maybe.
To me, it's entertainment.
Yes, it is entertainment. It's going to cost you $100 if you put $100 in the machine. But so there you go.
But to me, it's one of the places where I have gone for a few days, and it's been very nice and peaceful. I got a great room.
Yeah.
Guaranteed great food. The running is not that bad, and the people watching is a lot of fun.
You used to go there a lot, with the KQ Morning Show and all that. But before I understand now is you do not want to wander very far off the strip, because apparently there's some ruffians that have
nefarious characters.
Nefarious characters. So I understand that not on the strip. That's fine. Although one of my favorite Vegas stories, because I think we did. Andy, you went on just one or two of the Vegas trips?
One.
Yeah, one. I think we ended up doing like 7 or 8 of them, whatever the deal is. My favorite of all time was we're sitting in the little buffet area at breakfast time, and this guy, his wife started going, What are you doing? What are you doing? And very loud. And he goes, just leave me alone. I'm fine. He goes, no, you're not. There's something going on. He goes, no, just leave me alone. Turned out the guy had pooped his pants at the table, and he finally stood up and took his pants down and said, there, you happy? So the cops all closed in.
Oh my God.
It was unbelievable. So is that mindset kind of a Vegas thing? So you're sitting there, you poop your pants, but you go, whatever. I'm in Vegas. Who cares? I will never forget that as long as that guy pooped. This guy was about probably 60 years old, too. He wasn't a young guy.
Oh, gosh.
But his wife was not happy with him. I will tell you that.
Oh, my.
One time in my life, and it was out in Vegas. I don't remember which trip it was, but I went down to play some, I don't know. I always played the video poker deals. And once in my life, I sat down, I played one hand, I won like $490, got up and left.
That's the way you got to do it.
Because why would you stay? You just hit the jackpot. There's no reason to stay there. Because they were going to get it all back, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. They were going to get it all back. If you remember, I said 95% winners.
It's the law of large numbers. You can't beat it.
All right, we got about 3 minutes left. Any closing comments?
I have the stock market will continue to fluctuate.
Yes.
It's continued right now. The overhang of the Federal Reserve on the market is still pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming to we still have a lot of earnings to come out over the next few weeks, including some of the retail sales numbers. I think they're going to be, we'll say, dicey coming out. And then we're going to start in with Black Friday and shopping, which is not anticipated to be strong, but I think there's going to be some surprises coming with that.
Pleasant surprises.
Good. Pleasant surprises coming with that. I am still, we'll say, positive on the stock market overall. But again, it's not going to be a straight up to the moon kind of
No,
thing.
I understand that. I haven't even looked at it today. How's the market doing today?
Today, the market is positive. A lot of green on the screen.
God, that's been happening a lot recently, hasn't it? The stock market.
It has been.
Yeah.
I do have one of my friends say we're getting ready for the Roaring 20s.
Is that a good or bad thing?
I think that's a good thing.
I hope you're right.
It's a good thing.
As long as what happened at the end of the 20s doesn't come around.
That's the
Well,
thing.
that's now if you know the Roaring 20s, say, okay, I've got 6 years. I have 6 years to do very well.
There you go.
And then where do you put it to protect it from the roaring from 1929?
Where do you put it?
Yeah.
Put it in cash.
It's got to be, right? It's got to be cash.
You just go to cash.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Good advice again. Andy, is that going to do it?
That should do it.
All right. We'll talk to you on Monday.